Hello, everybody. I am so excited for today. So just to kind of give a test run, so I've got a little bit of a new setup today. I'm not using my normal microphone. So I need you guys to please comment in the chat if you can hear me, because if not, that's going to be a problem and I will need to make some really rapid adjustments. So please comment in the comment section and let me know if you guys can hear me. Hopefully you can. Excellent. Awesome. Okay, good stuff. Guys, I am super excited today because we are going to be celebrating the launch of The City of Snow and Stars. It was officially published on December 7th, 2020, despite all the craziness this year. We did it. we made it through. We've done it. So I am so excited. I went big when they were like, "Hey, plan your book launch, your virtual book launch." I wanted to go big. So here's going to be kind of the rundown. If you guys want like the official time slots for everything, it is down in the show description. In addition to the show description, down there you will find links to all of the special guest authors who will be talking with me today. We have Jen and Natalie coming up first. They will be at 1 o'clock Pacific time. I'm going to just talk in Pacific time. Then y'all in Central are 2 hours ahead of me. And then everyone else further east, you're 3 hours ahead of me. Then we have Eric Coaster and Brian Bees. They are founders of Creator Institute and New Degree Press, respectively. And New Degree Press was the hybrid publisher that I published my book through. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the hybrid publishing and kind of what they do. And if you guys saw that beautiful cover photo in like the first couple of seconds, that's the cover of my book. They did a phenomenal job on. After that, we will have Tiffany Mosher and Carly Newberg coming on to talking about how to stay inspired when writing your book. And then we got Melissa and Verity, who were Wattpad authors who I knew from Wattpad, and they ended up getting traditionally published. So we're going to be talking a little bit about how they did that and what their experience was with it. And then lastly, for special guests, will be Bridget and Kristy. So Bridget was, when I was doing developmental editing with NDP, she was in the last round of students that I had. And so I'm super, and Jen and Natalie, also students of mine through NDP, which was fantastic. I got Jen and Natalie's books over here. And then I'll have Bridget's book here whenever I get the signed copy. Kristy was our editor, our shared editor. And so we're going to be talking about world building because poor Kristy got just two massive worlds dumped on top of her for this publishing round. So in addition to that, for the next roughly 20 minutes or so, I'll be sharing a little bit about my publishing experience. Then we're going to move into Married to an Author, which is where I get to invite my lovely wife to come and answer questions with me. I have my chat open, so I can see everything as it's coming in live. So if you have questions over the course of the stream, I'm actually going to be able to pull them up just like this and answer them. I have the slow-mo turned on because I'm the only one emceeing this thing. And I have no other backup. So if this fails, it is 100% on my shoulders. So it's you can post every 5 seconds. It just gives me time to be able to kind of moderate the chat as it's coming. while I'm doing interviews simultaneously. So if you have questions, I will do my best to make sure that they get answered. You can also comment down below. The stream is going to be left up, and I can always get back to you with answers or let somebody know, like, hey, you have somebody asking a question specifically for you. Then at the towards the very end of the stream, going to be having a Q&A time. Excuse me. And that Q&A time will include 3, hopefully, winners from the drawing that I did, and they will get to join me in the studio where I'll be kind of monitoring that, and they'll be able to ask me questions live on camera. And I'll also be taking questions from you guys as well. For those of you who are able to make it for the entire 4 hours, 3.5 hours leading up to that. Then after the Q&A session is done, I'm going to read a little bit from my book. If there's time, I will read 2 sections. So I will read the author's note and chapter 1 if I have the time, which hopefully, if everything goes smoothly, 2020, be praying, guys. Then we'll be able to do that, and then we're going to be wrapping up around 5 o'clock. So this is really going to be a marathon event. For those of you who are able to stay, more power to you guys. You guys awesome. I'm giving you virtual cookies. You guys rock. Okay, so I think that is kind of everything to start us off. If you guys have questions, again, chat is open. So I will be moderating that. I can see everything. We're good to go. Okay, starting off with the publishing journey. So this book started off kind of crazy. So for those of you who haven't followed or are new to the channel or new to me, and you're just like, what publishing journey? I injured my shoulder. I tore the labrum and the lower left pec muscle, and this is my dominant hand. My left hand is my dominant hand. Incredibly inconvenienced. I was halfway through NaNoWriMo doing a fan fiction, and I lost basically 95% of the use of my arm for several weeks. And so I was really butthurt about that, and I wanted to make up for it. So in January 2019, I sat down for NaNoWriMo and wrote. I pumped out 50,000 words in 29 days, and that was the beginning of The City of Snow and Stars. Then over the course of that time, I finished it, started in on draft 2. Draft 2 was just taking a while. We moved several times. So, I mean, it was crazy. Then in 2019, towards the summer, I started working and freelancing with New Degree Press. Again, that's my publisher, as a developmental editor, and got to work with both Natalie and Jen at that time. And it wasn't until March of this year that I sat down and my wife was like, you need to just sit your ass in the chair and write. Just finish the story. And she knew if I didn't, I was going to procrastinate on it pretty much till Kingdom Come. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do this. And now my submission date was June, end of June. That's when I needed to have it submitted. Or at least that's when I thought I needed to submit it. So I had 3 months to finish 30 chapters, roughly. And, it was somewhere around there. So ended up getting it submitted June 1st, the first, 3/4 of the book on June 1st, finished the last bit of it by the end of June, submitted that, was accepted by NDP, And I then began my campaign process, which many of my many people backed early. So we did it through Indiegogo. And we might be able to talk more about that during the author Q&A. But essentially, NDP helps you crowdsource the resources to pay for the publishing of the book. That way, I retain 100% of the creative rights and royalties for my book, which was something that was important to me. And so raised $5,000, got it all covered. I got my acquisition editor feedback, like the full thing, which was huge. And the number one consistent thing throughout was it lacked world building. And I was like, okay, well, I knew that was going to be an issue. I had rushed the last, 3/4 of the book. I was kind of expecting something big. However, I didn't realize the extent to which I was lacking world building. So I sent my book out to 3 beta readers. And when I heard back from those betas, they were like, hey, where's the world building? And I was like, oh, crap. So that means, so basically what that meant was it was going to require a 99% rewrite of the entire 80,000 word novel. And I had a month to do it. And I didn't get it done in a month. I got the first 10 chapters done in the first month of revisions. Now I crammed a lot of the revision process into that first month. I combined you're supposed to do them separate. You're supposed to take acquisition editor first round of revisions, second round of revisions, beta reader, and your MRE, our marketing and revisions editor, which was Kristy. And I decided just to cram the first revision with the acquisition editor and the beta reader feedback, because I realized that they were the same. They they all pertained to the same thing: world building or the lack thereof. So when I got to actually sitting down and writing chapter 1, I had to not only back up the timeline just a hair from where I had it in draft 2. Draft 3 started just a few paragraphs, maybe a couple pages back from the main scene in draft 2. And that allowed me to layer in a lot of the world building, a lot of Trinia's culture of the Airgid, and give a little bit of history, just kind of a taste of what she's running from, which is a lot. And so then I had no idea what I was doing after that. I was kind of pantsing my way through it. Like, I had the rough outline from draft 2, but the problem is that I didn't know the pacing, because I was going off of a 3-act structure, and I'm like, this doesn't work. I hit chapter 10, and it was like that little moment where I realized I need 4 acts. And each of these 4 acts, if I break it up this way and I do this and this and this, like it was like the mathematical equations that were running through my brain were near epic, of epic proportions. And so I got Campfire Pro, which was a godsend. If you guys don't know what Campfire Pro is, please look up Campfire Pro. I'm not sponsored by them in any way, but it saved my life. It was amazing to be able to move things around. So that being said, started doing that and plotted like crazy. Then I started writing like crazy. And now I've done a stream on this previously, but the 10 chapters that it took me to get in a month equated out to roughly 20,000 words, which left me about 60,000 shy that I needed to get done. And I wanted to submit it early to copy editing. I realized in that moment that I had made a boo-boo. When I first sat down and talked with Brian, and again, for those of you who are new to the channel, I'm Christian, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I can get it done in December," even though I had like 6 students, 2 students through my business, and a slew of other stuff. And then I had this whole epic proportions of rewrite. And I realized that when I had heard God say April, like as in publish the book in April, and I said December, that's where I had made the boo boo, and I had been disobedient, and so I was on my knees, um, literally praying and asking for mercy, and that this book would come to pass in spite of my stupid decisions. And let me tell you, the level of complexity that those last 60,000 words have and how they all interweave and tie in together is something that would have taken me months to put together and complete. And I did it in 21 days. From the time that I started in on chapter 11, I wrote 60,000 words when I submitted the final by the end of September. My brain was the consistency of mashed potatoes. It was mush. It ached all the time. So I mean, it was seriously a God thing that this even got done in the time frame that it got done in. And I still ended up getting it submitted early. So not only did I make it through all of that in a condensed time period, I mean, it was crazy. Then we went on to the cover design. The cover is just absolutely exquisite. They did an amazing job. And then it was planning for this and getting all of those things put together and scheduled and all that stuff. I mean, it was a lot. Publishing kicked my butt way more than I expected it to. Because I've been writing for 14 years. I have a very general knowledge that I've kept up to date with, like what the trends are, what the publishing landscape looks like, all those kinds of things. And so I thought I knew what it would take to publish this book. This book looks completely different than how I set out to write it. And it is infinitely better than what I expected it to be. Because I tackle some very hard issues. I don't know if you guys have watched any of the other previous videos. I'm tackling abuse in all of its shapes and forms, at least many of them. So whether it's physical, emotional, sexual, or mental, I'm tackling those the topics. This gritty, and this is Christian fantasy, and so like, God's not shoved down your throat. What I desire is to tackle hard things in my books, and just ask hard questions. The second one is human trafficking. And then the third, and frankly, the biggest one, is why does God let bad things happen? And I talk a little bit about that in my author note, which I'll be reading from towards the end of the stream. But these are the things that I've wanted to address. And I've already had readers reach out to me and they're like, thank you for talking about this, for sharing my story of being sexually abused, being a porn addict and being in recovery and just not being a way to shy away from things, particularly the hard questions. Frankly, and I jest in part, like 95% of Christian fiction is like Amish romance. And so I wanted to actually bring Christian fantasy back a little bit and to do it well. So that's kind of the background of kind of how the story came about. And the name for the story was actually one of those Facebook things where you're like, all right, take the first letter of your first name and the first letter of your last name, find it on the chart, and then insert that here. And so it was the city. I think it was like and then city was S, and then it was that. But that's essentially how I got the City of Snow and Stars, was by doing that. I honestly thought it was going to be a post-apocalyptic book, and then I started writing it, and it ended up as fantasy. That's what I'm familiar with. I mean, I got a ton of fantasy books behind me, so yeah, it was. It's been quite the journey to see the books. People being excited about the book. It's out there. Writing a book and is one thing, but putting it out there for everyone to judge, particularly the Christian crowd, because of some of the topics that I touch on, has been interesting, to say the least. But it's been good because those who I wrote for, it's touching their lives. And I know that only because they've reached out to me. And they were like, I don't know how you wrote some of those things that you wrote. And I was like, oh, it wasn't easy. A lot of that stuff, it was very triggering in many respects. One of the scenes, which is kind of like the most impactful and influential scene in Trinia's life, without getting into spoilers, obviously, was emotionally draining for me. I finished up that, and I was done writing for the day, and I still had many, many hours left. I see questions rolling in. I'm going to hop over and address some of those real quick. Gloria, what makes something Christian fantasy versus regular fantasy? Great question. So Christian fantasy tends to, when it's done well, I'll put that modifier there. When it's done well, it tends to have more of a God central theme. It tends to have more Judeo-Christian values. And in many respects, not all of them, they tend to be clean. Sometimes they can be completely sanitized of any hard content. So like, for example, mine would not be considered clean by probably most Christian publishing standards, because I'm dealing with sexual innuendo, the references to sexual abuse, to physical abuse, graphic enough that you know what it is that's happened without getting into the nitty-gritty details, because I didn't want to do that. Because as someone who's been through abuse, I don't want to trigger those kinds of responses, which is actually why I ended up deciding to put a content warning right before chapter 1. It's just like, there's some really heavy topics in here, touches on some very sensitive issues, and for a lot of people that's going to be really, really hard. The author knows, I know, I've been through a lot of it, and I am sensitive to that. That's why I did it. Didn't have to, wanted to, because I respect others who have gone through that. So that's kind of one of the big differentiating factors. It's not going to be like Game of Thrones, where, there's incest and just YouTube's probably going to take me down for saying all this. But there's not going to be those things in a Christian fantasy, or even most Christian fiction. When Christian fiction or Christian fantasy is done poorly, it tends to be very preachy, very judgmental. And the characters that I try to write, they wrestle with God just as much as I do on a daily basis. And so it's a very realistic portrayal of just life. That's Christian fantasy done well, in my opinion. Hey, Heather. Yes, there were aspects of it that were incredibly difficult. All throughout, and this won't be a spoiler. You know, the opening chapter, you see Trinia having a kind of brief memory of the voice, who is one of her father's advisors, creeping into her room. And you know, due to the content that I've already warned about and talked about, what that insinuates. And, you know, for me growing up, that was what would happen. It was a very realistic portrayal of the things that would happen to me. So those times were difficult to write those things. And it was emotionally draining during that, but it had to be done. It had to be in there, because if it wasn't in there, it wasn't going to be true to the character's trauma. It would be disingenuous to not include those traumatic memories from Trinia's perspective. I've poured much of myself into my characters, probably more so than many people will ever know, because, but not because, but when you read these characters, you will see the different facets of me. Udar and his running from God's calling, questioning the why. That's me. Batani and some of her issues. That's me. Those moments with Mandar, sometimes that's me. But more often than not, my own brokenness shows up in the lives and comes through the characters, which is why I'm so attached to all of my characters. And I can't say whether they will all make it out of the trilogy alive, but it will make it that much more emotional and difficult to kill them later on. Okay, thank you guys for those questions. Those were excellent questions. All right, so I'm excited. We're going to kind of move into the next section here of the stream, where I get to invite my wife to join me. So I'm going to kind of scoot off to the side. I'm going to kind of play around with the mic. So once she gets situated here, I'm going to have the mic kind of turned up a little bit. So I'm going to be monitoring how it sounds for the most part. I just need you guys to comment in the chat if you guys can hear us okay, so that way I can kind of make those adjustments. So everybody, this is my beautiful wife Staci and our daughter Abigail. She is 3 months old. All right, can you?
Can't see her, but
yeah, she's in her Tortuga formation. But can you guys hear us okay?
Whoop, whoop.
On here?
Here we are. No crying baby.
Yeah, no crying baby. Baby's asleep. Comment in the chat if you guys can hear us.
Very strategic about getting the baby to sleep right now. So we'll see how this goes.
Anybody?
I guess I should be talking.
Sounds good. Excellent. Okay.
If I'm not talking, they can't hear me.
That is true. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Well, thank you, Gloria, for letting me know. I appreciate that. So, guys, this is kind of your opportunity to ask my beautiful wife what it's like to be married to an author. She has to put up with a lot. So, be gentle. I'm used to this. She's not used to this. Excellent. Thank you so much, Janet. Thank you so much, Heather, for letting me know. Yeah. So ask any question. Ask us anything. While I'm waiting for the comments to come in, Hun, why don't you kind of give us an idea? You can tell everybody a little bit about like what it's like being married to me and having to put up with all of my madness.
Well, I love being married to you. So that's like we'll start there.
That's a plus.
I will say it is an adventure. I am not an artistic person so much. And so like entering the world of your head makes no sense to me. I feel like often like you will spend so much time with your characters all day, like writing and stuff, that sometimes I have to like enter your world and then pull you out of it. Like, okay, back to where I can be in reality. But no, I don't understand it because my brain does not work that way, but I appreciate it. And I've learned a lot being married to you. Like I never would have known anything about publishing a book or anything, but when we met, we were 20, and he told me right off the bat he wanted to publish a book. That was like the dream. And so 10 years later, here we are. And I think that's super cool. So it's been a heck of a ride, and I don't understand most of it. And I do a lot of listening.
Lots of listening. Yeah, lots of listening.
And head nodding and smiling. And I love it, every minute of it.
Well, and I've been incredibly grateful for Staci during this entire process, because and I've told her this many times, like if it wasn't for her and her support, like I wouldn't have done this, because like I said, she's the one who told me to sit my ass in the chair and finish the book, mainly because I think she was tired of me pining over it and be like, I want to write a book, and she's like, just do it.
Had to use my mom voice.
Yeah, she had to use the mom voice, and we have, and this is something I think that a lot of people, they don't take into consideration when they're writing a book, is that, we have 2 big kids and now baby Abigail. So while I'm back here, playing around with the voices inside my head and writing down what they have to say, she's out there dealing with the little people all the day long, and, keeping them fed and stuff. So like, I appreciate that, because like without her support, I wouldn't be able to do what it is that I do. And this book never really would have come to fruition in the first place.
Well, see, it works good both ways, because you're home. And so I get to come back and be like, homeschooling and all of the things and what is happening. So it works out. It works out well.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because we're usually like I'll come out and be like, hey, hun, so like I'm thinking about this or doing that. And then she'll be just like listening. And she's like, but what about lava monsters? And I'm like, and this is a conversation that we've gone back and forth on.
I'm waiting for
repeatedly.
a book. It's been what, 8 years?
8 years of lava monster requests. And I have not yet put them in there. And so
could be because I'm not the artistic one. Could be.
Somehow my mom managed to hack my account, and so she's posting as me. So I'm not sure how that works, but but yeah, and I think one of the other things that a lot of people don't think about is that, a lot of spouses aren't supportive of their writing, and I'm very grateful that Staci has been supportive of my writing. So she hasn't read the book yet, obviously, because I haven't had the physical copy.
He keeps telling me about these people and all the things they're saying about his book, and I'm like, I'm the worst because I haven't even read it. I feel like I know it, like, because we talk about it at dinner every night and all the things, but I haven't actually read it.
Yeah, so hasn't read it yet. But from what I've told you about the characters, about the world, what character do you think represents me the most out of? So you got like Udar, Batani, Jaden,
right,
Trinia. I'm hoping I'm not narcissistic like Kadrin, or a blood-sucking banshee like Ulcia. So
yeah, let's not. That's No. I think it's been different seasons because you've been like telling me what you're writing, and I'm like I would say with Trini and Udar specifically, there's been times where I'm like, do you notice how like you're writing?
That's
like,
true.
have you thought about that? We've had like these like therapy sessions because of your characters and what you're writing, and I'm like, did you notice like you wrote this and said this, and like how does that apply in your life? And you're just like,
that's true. That has happened quite a few times.
I think your inner cranky old man definitely comes out in Udar.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably been one of the bigger things is Udar's just like cantankerous factor is very much like, I think like if I were like an 80-year-old man, I would be Udar. I would just be that cantankerous and grouchy all the time.
I'm hoping not.
Well, I'm hoping I get it out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I hope I get it out
By
now through writing the story,
Yeah.
and then I'll actually not be a cantankerous grump, and I'll be more like Udar or Mandar in my old age,
There
where
you go.
you know it's more like sagely wisdom versus just cantankerous rage.
And he's kind of like clever.
Mandar?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so that's like I could see that.
He's a total troublemaker too.
Well,
that won't change
if the shoe fits.
Yeah, if the shoe fits. I mean, we're not gonna. Yeah, that probably won't change much. I guess so cute how sweet and supportive you are for me and my husband. I'm the writer. My husband is the mechanic, fabricator, and Jeep enthusiast. My husband's also very supportive. That's awesome.
That's super awesome.
Because I know far too many people who they don't have supportive spouses or partners or friends, anything. There's no support whatsoever.
I do think there's something beautiful about like being such opposites in so many ways. Like we have a lot of similarities too, but like we also are very opposite in a lot of ways, and that brings more dynamics. Like I always say like I rain on his parates. Like he'll come to me with an idea like all the time. He's like, "What about this?" And I'm like, "No, that's not gonna work." And so she's
right. Bad. She's not wrong.
I feel bad about it a lot because I'm like, wow, I'm like always the rain cloud. But on the flip side, I think it's good because then we challenge each other in different ways and have totally different perspectives, which can make the story or whatever is happening better. And so having like a mechanical brain and the artistic brain together, like in your marriage, probably brings a lot of cool dynamics that wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and like one of the scenes, it's around the midpoint of the book. I had gone to Staci and I was like, I don't like Trini's character here for these reasons, and I can't quite figure out why. And I was like, she's just not doing enough. And she's like, well, why don't you have them do this? And I was like, oh, that could work. And then the plot bunnies just started multiplying like crazy.
Then I didn't see you for a week.
Yeah. Then she didn't see me. And I came back out and I had a beard. But yeah, it was just like those little things, being able to bounce that stuff off of her was super helpful. Yay, Jackie's reading it. I hope you enjoy it.
You're ahead of me.
Yeah, mom needs a picture book or an audio book. That might be coming in the future. We'll try and get that going.
See, we should get our 7-year-old on it. He can draw the pictures.
That's true.
For Nanny. There you go.
That would work. Jackie, where are you at in the book? I'm super curious. I'm like I had one reader like who knows me, and she was sending me a running commentary on Facebook Messenger, and I was dying of happiness because like I don't think you guys know, like for an author to have somebody give like a running commentary of what they think of the book is absolute gold. Like there's nothing better than that. Just getting that kind of feedback and just like knowing that like all the points that you've tried to plan out and execute, like, yeah, it's great.
You have been like a kid in a candy store. Like every time you would get a message, very excited.
Yeah. I'm always just like grinning from ear to ear. What would you say is like the hardest part of dealing with me as an author?
I don't like that wording, dealing with you. Like that.
I mean, sometimes though. Sometimes.
But we're on the internet. We can't be that honest. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. No. Okay. The hardest part of you being an author? That's the question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think just, I don't know. I think if there's times where maybe I'm like in the middle of things, like I homeschool,
this is true.
have a 3-month-old, like there's a lot happening, and cloth diapers and all of the things. So like my world revolves around that. And so like I'll pop in here or you'll come out for a second or whatever. And I'm like, I can just feel my eyes are glazed over and you're like telling me all the things. And I'm like, I got a poopy diaper in my hand and math homework and
real talk.
Yeah. And so I think it's just trying to like split my attention that many ways and like try to focus on what you're saying while holding poopy diaper or like whatever's happening.
That's legit.
And so, yeah, I just don't always have the brain space for it.
Yeah. And I'm not always aware, especially like if I come out and I've been writing and I'm like, I'm so excited and just to like share because I have to just like brain dump. And then unfortunately, Staci, is there like halfway in the midst of doing something and like, are you done yet? Like, I love you, but are you done? Like, I am doing other things. Like, what? The kids don't need an education. It's fine.
It's fine.
You know?
Fine.
Yeah. I'm incredibly needy. That is, I am needy. I demand attention like my 7-year-old does.
You guys both talk the same amount.
Yes.
Which he is like your mini you, and that my brain space can only
do
baby. So well. We woke up.
Everybody, this is Abigail.
Woo!
He's the baby. He's the baby. It's a chunky cheeks. Chunky cheeks.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the most challenging, and that's my own issue. Is just brain space. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the challenging things is that every now and then, like I'll be like right in the middle of doing something, and then one of the two munchkins will come running back, and be like, "Dad!" I'm like, "I'm doing something, Dad." No, for real. Get out. Get out of the Bard Cave, huh?
That's probably just like a working from home challenge too. Like I feel like 2020, that's probably super relatable, like for half the world. But like kids coming in and like, you know, being in the middle of, you know, whatever.
Hey, Pops is here.
Well, hey.
So what other, like, you guys, this is your only opportunity. I'm never going to be able to get her back on the live stream again. So like, you still got a few minutes to ask her a question. Make use of this time.
Oh man.
I'll pull your comment up here in just a second. There it is. That's me and my husband too, except when he comes in inside the house excited, it's because he's showing off a fabricated masterpiece. Hey, I mean, also that's also legit. Like writing masterpiece, fabricated masterpiece, like, you know, they're just as cool.
I know. And then I mean you get excited about it and you want to share, and that's awesome. Huh.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
If you could see yourself in any of the characters that I've written, so you know, we're taking Kadrin and the blood-sucking banshee off the table, obviously.
Thank you.
Any of the other characters, like who do you think, just from talking about it, because I've shared with you so much about all of them, do you think you could see yourself in?
Probably Trinia, because she's the sassiest, right? Or
she has moments of sass, but Tawny is really kind of the master of sarcasm and sass.
Okay, probably that one.
Yeah.
I
would agree. I would agree with that one. She's the one who like pokes Udar constantly and tries to bug him.
The rain cloud, that'd be
No, not rain cloud. But yeah, that I could see that.
Yeah.
I think that, but Tani, like for those of you who are going to get the book, which by the way, the links are, wait for it. Boom. Little side scroller there.
Oh, look at that.
All the links to the authors, including me, are down in the description below. And so you can click on any of those links and it should take you to their Amazon page. The vast majority of the people who are publishing ebooks right now through NDP, which is most of the lineup, everybody's books are on sale for 99. Ebooks are on sale for 99 cents right now. So if you have the opportunity, help support authors, especially during the season. It is much appreciated.
Yeah, it helps for all the reasons, right? Because it helps you rank better and then reviews and all of that. So it's not necessarily just like the financial.
Yeah.
As much as it's like you're voting.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like, so like for example, I meant to actually share this in the community group, but like I'm ranked like for my ebook like 140,000 out of like the 2.3 million books in the Kindle store. And then I was ranked like number 19 in teen and young adult sexual abuse. Now, it might sound really weird for a Christian author to be excited about his Christian fiction novel ranking under sexual abuse. That's actually intentional. I actually told Amazon that I want to rank in that category specifically for young adults because every book in that category is glorifying sexual abuse, and I want to show that it is an ugly thing, and I do not want that to be glorified. And so to have my book ranking high up in that, if you purchase it, if you leave a review for it, like that helps the book rank better. And honestly, if I get to number 1 in that, I'm going to be super excited. Again, it sounds super strange, but my goal is basically to dominate that category. So that way people have a positive message, and it shows that sexual abuse is not an okay thing. Abuse in general is not an okay thing. So yeah, for all of those things. Janet has one. Staci, if you were to write a book, what would it be about? Lava monsters.
Yeah, if it's not lava monsters, because he won't write that apparently. I would be totally different than him in that I would probably write a book about like childbirth. Like I would like to maybe be a doula at some point. I'm really fascinated about all that kind of stuff. And so it would probably be like nutrition, childbirth, herbs, essential oils, like all that kind of stuff. But yeah, probably specifically like natural parenting, natural childbirth, that kind of a deal. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert by any means, which is why I haven't written a book. But if I were to, that's probably more where I'd be at.
Then yes, I will be able to retire on the 99 cents. I have fulfilled my lifelong dream and career. I will leave you guys off on the maybe not cliffhanger in book 1. But okay, so last question, and so then we'll get ready to move on to our guest author speakers. But what has been the most difficult part about the journey dealing with my trauma for you on your end?
I mean, I think when you see somebody that you love hurting, like there's no way for that to not be hard. Like, because you just want to be able to fix it.
Yeah.
And so knowing that it's like a long process and there's a lot of steps and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just hard to watch somebody that you care about hurting. So it's like, you don't want that. And then like, it makes you more like protective too. Like, you just want to like keep people from experiencing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, yeah, a whole different like journey of learning a lot of things I didn't know. So yeah.
If there was some piece of advice that you could give to those who are watching, and for those of you who will be watching later after this, what's one takeaway that you could pass on to them to help somebody that they know may have gone through traumatic experiences? And granted, traumatic experiences extend beyond just sexual abuse. Like, people have their own different forms of trauma, and they are no less invalid. So I want to make that very clear. It could be the loss of a loved one, it could be loss of a pet, it could be loss of, a job. Like, trauma affects everybody differently. But that being said, what takeaway could you give them?
So as a believer, I would say it's okay to be really, really mad with God and to tell him about it. Like, it's okay to be really upset or not understand what's going on or whatever you're feeling, like, to be really real and to be cranky with God about it, and he can handle that, and that's okay. I think a lot of times we feel like we have to put on face and, have it all together because God is good, but it's okay to really get real and sit in that a little bit and wrestle with God and kind of be like, why did this happen? Like, a lot of the questions, that we've had to wrestle through. I would also say having good support around you, like good, safe people that will keep you accountable, will keep you on a good path, not a self-destructive path. Being aware of coping mechanisms that you're dealing with, different addiction things, there's so many layers there, but life can be hard and we tend to try to numb out. And so trying to recognize when you're numbing out and pull back from that, get therapy, have a pastor, have friends, whoever that is in your life, reach out to those people and get a solid group of people around you to walk through that mess with you, because you can't do it alone.
Yeah.
No,
that's really good. And I appreciate that.
Yeah. But you didn't ask what the best part of being married. I don't think you being married to an author. You just asked all the hard stuff.
That's true. I did.
Yeah. So the best part, I think, is just getting to see you live out your dream and how, we're going to time out, and how excited you are to help people and to reach people and connect with people. And that's been very, very fun for me. So,
All right. Well, I know someone's getting tired.
Yep.
Mwah. Thanks for joining me.
All right. You have fun now.
I will. She won't see me till sometime after dinner, but love you, hon.
Love you.
All right. I'm going to turn the volume back down. You guys still hear me okay? Because I had to fiddle with the volume. So give me I don't think you can do, well, you can do emojis in the chat. So if you can, give me a thumbs up or just say like, hey, we can hear you. So perfect. Okay. Let's see. That's awesome. Love essential oils and gluten-free treats. Yes, 5 children. Yeah. We're catching up to you. We're only 2 behind. Excellent. Hey, Sako, how's it going? Long time no see. It's been forever. I've been drowning in words and publishing stuff forever. Great advice. Sometimes we forget that God can take our frustration. Yes, absolutely. And that's actually something that you guys will see in the book. A lot of Udar's wrestling, and a lot of he's very angry with God through most of the book. And a lot of it actually reflects my own anger and frustration towards God for what had happened. You're from your granddad because I saw the changes in you, but never thought. Yeah. And that's the thing. So and I appreciate Mom bringing this up. No one knew it was the abuse was happening. And I had repressed it until 2016. I was in pornography addiction recovery. I was going through the process of healing. I was doing all of those things. And so it it was a very difficult time, and it was also very difficult for my parents, having to deal with kind of the fallout of that after. But they saw those changes. I can look back and I can see those changes. I've learned a lot over the years of recovery of how that impacts how we cope, and how the brain kind of functions. So it's one of those things that we just didn't know about. And looking back, hindsight's 2020, no pun intended with for this year. But yeah, it's to always be, if you notice something's off, and you ask somebody, they're not necessarily always going to remember. My parents asked me multiple times, like, hey, did anything ever happen? And I told them honestly, no, because I had no memory of it. So, just being there and encouraging and just walking with people is really the best thing that you can do. All right, let's see here. So we got Jen and Natalie coming on here. Let's see. I got multiple windows open on my side of things just to make sure that I'm available for all of the wonderful guest authors who are going to be joining me in the event that they need to reach me for whatever reason. So just to kind of take up the next couple of minutes of time while we wait for Jen and Natalie, do you guys have any questions of me right now? Just kind of based on the first few minutes of, well, not the first few minutes. I mean, we've been going for almost an hour now. So, but I think you guys know what I mean here. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll start talking again. Oh, I see one of our guests lurking in the studio. I just waved, but no one else can. I'm just waving at you guys because you can't see her yet. Yeah, I really appreciate the openness. It helps those of us who struggle with these issues and aren't open or wanting to talk accept what really happened. Absolutely. That's why I wrote this book. Honestly, it was for people who have gone through abuse, to see that that they're not alone. And I, again, when I read my author's note later, you guys will see that, because I write about it. But that was the entire purpose of why I wrote this, or what came of it. The first draft was just kind of a mess, but when I got into writing the second draft, that became my purpose and my intentionality behind diving into those questions, is because specifically as Christians, we don't talk about it. There's a stigma with it, even within the church, and the church is meant to be a place for broken people to go to find healing, not condemnation and judgment. And so, that's why I'm very vocal and open about it. And it takes people by surprise sometimes, and they're just like, "Oh God, like you talk about that?" I'm like, "Yes, I do." And it's not. I don't say that lightly. But again, I'm open and vulnerable so that others have, hopefully, the kind of the unspoken permission to do that as well, when they're ready, and they know that they're not alone in that. That's kind of the whole point and purpose here. So, all right, I have both of my guests. I'm going to do a quick introduction. So I'm so excited, guys. You don't even know. So I got to introduce Natalie and Jen to each other when we were doing developmental editing together, and it was absolutely fantastic. They actually got to meet in October. They were both writing books on grief and recovery. I actually have both of them back here, blue and green respectively. I always make sure to point those out to people. So I'm very happy to introduce you guys to the both of them. I'm going to add them to the stream here. Hey guys.
Hi.
Long time no see.
I know.
The gang's back together again.
Yay.
Oh,
We're here.
Three-way call. But it's still so exciting to have you guys here. So we have roughly like 25 minutes to kind of talk and go over stuff. And what I'd like to do, and for those of you who are watching, the links to their books and their social media, if you'd like to follow them, are going to be down in the notes. So please make sure to go do that, help support them. So let's do a quick introduction, and then we'll dive into the question that I have for you guys to kind of talk about. So Natalie, why don't you start us off?
sure. So first, I just want to say thank you so much for having us here, and congratulations. Like, this is so exciting, and you deserve all the excitement in the world. Jen and I would not know each other if it weren't for you. And like you said, we went on this amazing trip in October, and like she's one of my best friends now, and so it just feels so good for all of us to be here celebrating with you. Yes, I'm Natalie, and I'm 21 years old. I'm a junior in college at Marquette University, and I recently published my first book called The Language of Loss, and it's a memoir about my experience with grief and losing my dad almost 3 years ago.
Yeah, and I've read I haven't been able to finish it just because of all the craziness going on. But just the first few chapters, I mean, I'm sitting there like bawling my eyes out. And I had read it. I did the edits for it, and I was still bawling my eyes out. Like it's just like it's so yeah, there are so many feels associated with that. Jen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Hale. I'm so honored and privileged to be here today to celebrate you, Stephen, on this remarkable accomplishment. Having gone through this process, I know how incredibly stressful and challenging it is to write, not only write a book, but actually publish a book. So, hearty congrats to you. And I'm so glad that I'm here along with Natalie, who, has been such a blessing to my life as you have, Stephen. And like Natalie said, she and I would have never met if it weren't for you. And, I'm so incredibly grateful to you to have extended that wonderful invitation to meet her. Because like she said, she and I met in person in October, went to her with this crazy idea to meet halfway in Boston, even though it's not halfway. She lives in Wisconsin. I live in Baltimore, Maryland. And we had just a blast, and it was just so much fun to not only meet her in person, but just experience, this great adventure. And, even she and I talked last night for an hour and a half, and we would not have been able to connect if it wasn't for you. So again, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
For that. I am the author of Have a Good Morning, which is a book I wrote in memory of my mom, Suzanne Hale, who died in April of 2018, a month after Natalie's father died. And it features stories of people who have found the good way, I should say, if there is a good way, to mourn a loss. They've done it with joy and inspiration and hope. And I've intertwined a bunch of my mom's personal stories in it, and Natalie is featured in my book, and and her story about her dad, which is and she's been a tremendous inspiration to me along my journey. So again, I'm extremely happy to be here. And Natalie told everyone her age. I'm 34, so I'm much older than Natalie, but age does not matter when it comes to friendship. So, but anyway, again, thanks so much for having me. I'm super blessed to be here.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, you guys were like two of like the first two people that I thought of to invite to this, just because, you know, I got to know you guys and work with you guys on both of your books. And then I was like, they're kind of writing about the same thing, but it's not like conflicting, and like they can actually add to each other's books. And then when you were like, oh my gosh, like Natalie's amazing, Jen's amazing, like we're best friends forever now. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. Yeah. So that was so exciting to see. Well, the reason why I wanted to have you guys and why you first came to mind is that a lot of people are intimidated by nonfiction. Like I'm a fiction guy. I had, and I didn't tell you guys this at the time, I had no idea how to help people with nonfiction books when I started working with you guys. I had no idea what I was doing.
Now you tell us. No, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wasn't going to tell you at the time. Like I had to fake it till I made it.
Just joking. Yeah, you were great.
But your guys' books, they just being able to see like all of these stories you know, come together from your guys' interviews with each other, with other people, was just really impactful in my life. And I just saw so much beauty in writing memoirs or grief, or just talking about our pains and putting it out there into the world that it can help somebody else. So like my question for you guys is, how did writing your book help heal some of those wounds? Because I mean, it was a recent loss when I started working with you guys.
Absolutely. Do you want to start, Natalie?
Sure. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind for me is like, I'm a huge fiction person too. Like growing up, I've always loved like movies and reading fictional books. But I think at its core, like I just love storytelling. And for me, I really felt like I had a story to tell. And in my book, like Jen's, I have stories of all these other people and their losses, from grandparents to children to brothers to friends. And so what I think I realized is like what fiction and nonfiction have in common, and what makes it so valuable to people, is truth and vulnerability. And that's why I'm so excited to read your book, Stephen, is because I think like you clearly have a lot of vulnerability in this book. And like, I think that's what people need, especially in fiction, to see themselves in other characters. So what I really wanted to do with my book is help people. I wanted to heal by helping other people heal with me, if that makes sense, and kind of let them come on this journey. And I think my book is very much a journey, in the sense like I didn't really know what the end result was going to be. I'm sure you guys can relate. It's never what you expect it to be. But yeah, I'm just so grateful to be able to share other people's stories, because I think that's what has been so rewarding to me, is to find those similarities with other people and kind of share that grief.
Yeah, absolutely. I love
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more about the vulnerability piece of this. I mean, you can't be more vulnerable about anything when you lose someone. I mean, that is like the heart of vulnerability. And when I lost my mom, I made a decision really early on that I wanted to mourn her loss with joy, because I had come across so many roadmaps and books, and that only made me feel worse and made me feel even more sad. And I had a tendency to pity myself even more, kind of falling into this grief trap, where I couldn't pull myself out of. So when I wrote my goal was to become inspired by learning about other people and what they're doing with their grief. And I have to say that with each story and each person I interviewed, I became more and more inspired by how they were able to overcome their grief. And that just helped me so much and gave me so much hope for myself, on this journey, to learn from other people, learn from the greats who have, done it in the past. I mean, I found out a story from like the Roman Empire, because at first I had blasted them because a lot of our mourning tendencies come from the Roman Empire. We wear black because of the Romans. We, don't laugh because of them. But then I also found, I'm blanking on his name at the moment. But anyway, one of an ancient Roman, he wrote his own roadmap. He at the time found, that he didn't want to do all these practices. So he wrote his own. And that was such an inspiring, I can't believe I can't remember his name, but, it's just, to me, grief transcends time. And I was inspired by him, and he, was living 2,000 years ago. So, essentially, like Natalie said, by opening up myself to the possibility of learning from others really helped me heal so much. And it gave me ideas. And so when someone reads my book, I want them to also gain not only ideas, but inspiration from the stories that I've written. So, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Like all of the stories, and this was kind of a part of Creator Institute's program, is they help you like search out people to interview and all that kind of stuff, and to pull those into your book and to share them in meaningful ways. And I think that was one of the fun parts of being able to work with you guys in that, is that it wasn't just your story. It helped share your story by including everybody else's, because you could always pull it back and like, and this is how I can relate to this person, even though like what happened was vastly different from loss to loss. The way that you were able to interweave and interconnect with those and relate with them is what really kind of just made the whole thing kind of come together. So what would, so then, and this is for each of you, what's like your favorite story that you got? And I know that's mean because I've read the book. but at least, or the first one that comes to mind that it was just like, yeah, I really related with it, or it just really was inspirational and really spoke to me. What's one for you?
Do you want to start, Jen?
Sure. So I just looked it up, but Cicero is the Roman that I was trying to think of.
Okay.
Anyway, not that matters, but oh my gosh, it's so hard to pick. I mean, honestly, I loved Natalie's story. To me, it was amazing how similar our stories are and how similar we are as people, and like I loved reading about and hearing about her dad. I mean, he and my mom, their favorite movie is The Sound of Music. We both were writing books, to channel our grief and to heal. I part of the chapter that I wrote, her story in, I included a funny story about my mom and how she would hop on the phone. She would always like smell her arm. And it's a very weird quirk. But then I learned from Natalie that her dad used to bite his t-shirt. And one day, yeah, exactly like that. So just like these quirky little things that like stick with you and make me laugh because, she told me that she found herself like shortly after her father died biting her t-shirt, and she couldn't help but laugh. And I think she remembered, I remember her telling me that she texted her mom and said, "You won't believe what I just did. I just bit my t-shirt." And shortly after my mom died, I was talking to my aunt on the phone, and all of a sudden I lift my wrist up and smell my wrist like my mother would have done. And it was just like so funny, So, I mean, there's so many stories that I love, but I mean, not to, highlight Natalie again, but she's amazing. I have to share that story because it's fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely very hard to pick for me. Not to be a scapegoat question with like, I have no idea what to pick. But it's interesting because when I first started writing the book, I had this mentality of like I had to interview these these huge leaders of thought or these grief experts. And so that's kind of the direction I started with my book. It was going to be focused on how creativity helps us grieve. And I guess as I started writing, I kind of took a huge turn and realized, like, I don't want this to feel so clinical. I don't want this to feel like I'm telling people how to grieve when I'm not an expert. I'm still trying to figure out this journey for myself. And so then I started to think about all the people that have come into my life because of my loss. And I mean, Jen is a huge part of that. And like she said, our stories are so parallel. Like, it's kind of freaky when you read our chapters and just draw the lines between not just how we have coped, but your mom and my dad were very similar too, which is super strange. But I think one of the other stories that's really special to me is the chapter about a family friend. I became close friends with her because she was working at my high school in campus ministry, my friend Kathleen. And just how we got so close is one of the most special stories I have, I think, because it changed my life completely. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be at the school that I'm at, which I wouldn't have written the book because I was introduced to it by a professor here, and I wouldn't have met you guys. So it's kind of like all these things that fell into place because of our two grieving experiences. So I would say that's probably one of my favorites, but it's too hard to pick for sure.
Yeah. No, and I know it's a mean question to ask because like people ask like, oh, what's this? And like, yeah, but they're all my favorite for all different reasons.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just pick just one. So like for the next like 10 minutes or so, and for those of you who are watching, drop comments in the chat, ask questions. I got a scroller down there to remind you guys. Hey, Angela. You guys can't see her unless you have the chat popped up, but it'll pop up eventually. There it is. So ask you guys watching, post your questions in the chat while we have another like 10 minutes or so. But what for you guys, what's one takeaway for people who are maybe thinking about doing nonfiction or thinking about writing about their grief, but they don't believe like their story really, like no one's going to read it, no one's going to care, you know? What would you say to the people who are thinking that, and how would you encourage them?
I mean, Jen and I both had many conversations about this as we were writing. A lot of imposter syndrome, because it's really hard to find the balance of like, how much do I want to share myself? Like, how much is interesting? How much do people care about? And we both had experiences of writing these long cathartic chapters. Like, where is this coming from? Do people even want to hear this? But I think people should know that that is important and it deserves to be shared with the world, because I don't think there's enough books out there like that. I think there's a lot of books where people are specializing on grief or almost diagnosing it in a way, if that makes sense, and kind of giving you these steps that you have to follow. And I wish that there were more books that were memoir style, or just people being more vulnerable with their emotions along the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I was once told, I think Eric Koester said, you know, unless you're Oprah, unless you have a one-word name, you shouldn't write a memoir. and that kind of stuck with me. But he balanced that with, you know, this book would not have been interesting for most people who read it if I had just written solely about me and my experiences. The beauty behind a memoir or an autobiographical piece is the inclusion of other people's stories, which I think was so paramount for me on this journey, because I'm not a person that likes to focus on me at all, but incorporating other people's stories and other people's stories of hope and inspiration and joy, which is something that I'm very much passionate about, really helped me kind of lessen that focus on myself, which really helped me not only heal, but be inspired, but also gave me the confidence to finish this book. And, you know, featuring people's stories, you know, was so fun for me. And I, because I not only got to learn from them, but I was able to include, you know, the nuances of their story and of the person they lost. And it's forever commemorated in a book, you know, that I'm very proud of. But it's also, those pages are also next to the pages of my mother and her story. And I'm able to also share my mother with people who never knew her and can be inspired by her and her story, and that her memory can live on forever in this book. And I think that is really important for people who want to, you know, start this journey, but are not quite sure if they're important enough. And Natalie hit the nail on the head. But whatever we think and whatever we feel is very important. And if you have the courage enough to put it in a book, then you absolutely should write it. You know, you should not hesitate at all, because writing a book and putting your own emotions and feelings and opinions in it, you know, you open yourself up to the wolves. You know, I've had even people in my own family who didn't agree with what I did, but I did it anyway because I felt very strongly about how I wanted to carry out my mourning journey. And, you know, and you're not going to please everybody, but the only person that you should be pleasing is yourself, because that will ultimately help you heal. You know, if I chose not to write this book because I was afraid of what everyone would think about me, then, you know, I might be back at square one. But there was so much healing involved in writing this book. But I think being able to share people's stories was so helpful in getting over yourself, if you will.
Yes, and to just quick add on to that, I think writing a book is so daunting as it is, but everyone should know that if this is a book about a hard experience that you've gone through, whether that's in fiction or nonfiction or whatever form it is, like, if it's for you and it's for your healing, that in itself is enough. I mean, it's great to help other people and to have other people read it, but I think, like, writing and expressing yourself through storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to, like, get in tune with your emotions and heal through whatever it is that you're going through.
Yeah, I agree. And Angela had a great comment. She said, "That's precious, Jen. Your words are so inspiring. I needed that right now." Goodness. I love that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And then Heather had said, and she had to head out, but she said, "Been in and out of the chat. I had started to chat this earlier when you were talking about writing your own story. Author insertion is a delicate thing when there's such a difficult story to tell." 100%. You know, speaking from the fantasy perspective, you know, the one thing that I try, and I told you guys this on a couple of occasions, that even if your story only ever gets read by one person, and that one person's life is changed or impacted in a positive way, then you've really done and succeeded what you set out to do, which was to help somebody, you know. And so to hear back from people, to interact with people, to be able to share your story, even outside of the book, but pull from those examples to just further help other people. That's really the heart of storytelling. And being able to go be like, yeah, you know what, even if that one person is just me, and through writing it, that you get that cathartic writing out and you tell that story to yourself, and the healing that it brings to you, you've still succeeded in doing what you had started out to do, which is absolutely a fantastic way to go. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining in, and not only celebrating with me, but also being able to, you know, celebrate you guys too, because you published in 2020, like right as the pandemic started happening. And so
yeah, we were quarantined even before quarantine. I know I was in my on my couch for 3 months.
Yeah.
Right.
We
Jen was
quarantined
quarantined
again,
before
so
or required or mandated.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you guys went through a lot. Jen, I know you rewrote the book twice during your revisions process, which I now empathize with more than you could possibly know.
Yeah.
And then Natalie, I don't know if you had to rewrite your entire book.
I did pretty much.
Oh man.
But that's par for the course, though. But don't
True.
be worried about that, because sometimes, I mean, I work in the publishing industry, and they always say, your first draft, write it out, and then throw it in the trash. So, I mean, you sometimes get all this gunk out, not gunk, and then you kind of get it all out of your system, and then you can kind of organize your thoughts in a much better way. I mean, that's what happened for me.
Yeah.
So, and once you get all that out, you can write much faster, and because you know what you're going to do anyway. Because I think Natalie and I used to set timers and be like, let's write for 30 minutes and see what comes out. And we used to do that together. And, most of that was thrown in the trash, but it was good to do good exercises to do that. They were very cathartic. And so anyway, but yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rewriting is essential.
It is. You have to be able to get that stuff out, because writing, kinesthetically, it triggers a different part of the brain. It allows you to tap into the emotions that we find far too easy to just kind of shove down, and it forces you to examine those things. And so the first draft that you do, getting it all out, is a great way to get it. And then you can either scrap it, or you can look at it and go, you know what? I'm going to treasure this, because this is all of like my most raw feeling. And I'm going to save that for me. No one else gets to see that, but just me. And like, that's what I did with mine. Plus I'm paranoid about losing work. So I save everything, but having that raw file to go back to and look at and be like, that's where I started off. And it gives me a comparison. I'd be like, holy crap, like whatever, like 5-year-old child writing a story, Da Vinci, on the other side. By the I like to tell myself that anyway.
Yes. No, I'm super excited to read your book. And you said, starting off the conversation, like how hard it is to write nonfiction. See, I find fiction mind-boggling. I wouldn't even know where to begin. And I think it's such a huge accomplishment, to be able to write something that is, fantasy, and, because I've always been someone who is very literal, and I like to, I was always told if in order to write well, you write what you know. And I can't imagine. I mean, I'm amazed by you, and I can't wait to read it. And it's just going to open up a whole new world. And I'm really excited. So.
Yes, me too. I just know it's going to be so good, especially like with all the help you're able to offer us in editing all of our stuff. And I especially felt like being so vulnerable, I felt like you understood the message I was trying to convey, and you understood why it was so important to me. And I know you're a very faith-filled man, so I'm really excited to see how that plays out in fiction.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I couldn't agree more.
I appreciate both of your guys' encouragement. I will just say, keep a Kleenex box next to you, because it will probably wreck your feels. I've already wrecked several people.
Oh my gosh, really? Oh, see, yeah. I love being like, there's something about crying in a movie, but when a book like gets to the core emotion, I mean, I think that's such a gift. I love feeling, and I love showing emotion, and I'm so excited for it. Natalie recommended The History of Love to me, and I'm literally laughing out loud on the airplane. And I love laughing when I read books. It's just so much fun. It's so much more fun than, laughing and watching a movie. So anyway, I'm super excited. I'll just for you.
Yeah, send me running. Guys, thank you so much for joining me on this.
Thank you.
everybody, Natalie and Jen, please go and support them. Check out their books down below. And then hopefully we'll be able to get back together, the three of us, and hang out at some point.
I hope so.
Yeah. So our plan is to come visit you, Stephen. So get ready.
Perfect.
Yes, get ready.
'Cause I've never been to Oregon, and I'm ready. And we went to
I know all the
trail
spots.
and see
Yeah.
those ruts that are still there.
Still there, Jen. Still there.
No, we're gonna see the ruts together.
Yeah. No, I'm so excited for it.
Yes, awesome. Congratulations again. Super.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
All
Thank
right.
you.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys, that was Natalie and Jen. I'm super excited. I got my next two guys in the corner pocket. They are Eric, who started the Creator Institute, who I was working with students there as a developmental editor. And I got Brian Bees, the head of New Degree Publishing, who published my book. Not Brian specifically, there's a whole team of people. So I'm super excited to introduce these guys to you. So I'm going to pull them up here on the stream. Hello, gentlemen.
Mr. Howard, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I'm super excited to have you guys on. Thank you guys for joining the Streamapalooza that I decided to take on today.
What better to do with your Friday, my friend?
I know, right? Like, that's what Fridays are for. So I would love to have each of you be able to kind of share a little bit about what you're doing, and kind of tag team it a little bit. And so, Eric, I'm going to start with you.
Sure.
I would love for you to kind of introduce yourself to everybody and let them know, like, hey, here's what I do and kind of what inspired the creation of Creator Institute.
Yeah, and so first up, great. So I always love hanging with my people, right? Like, my people are writers and creators and just people who are makers today. And I think, part of the reason why I love what I get to do is I think that today the world is made better for the people that take risks and make things and put stuff out in the world. So I have sort of spent my life doing that. I've spent most of my life as an entrepreneur. I've been starting companies, and most of the time in those companies, it's been working with crazy, wild people who are creating things, or people, investing in those people and stuff like that. And so for me, kind of this journey to become and be a part of this sort of author community really began when I was in my 20s. I had this interesting, weird opportunity where I got to publish 2 books early in my 20s. Very underqualified to publish these books, but a publisher took a shot on me and had this amazing experience. And it really, as I look back on it, like, the chance to create something and put it out there really changed my whole life. Like, my whole trajectory changed. I look back, I didn't realize at the time, because you're in the middle of it, but suddenly, like, weird things happen. People perceive me differently. I started getting asked to be on boards. I start winning these awards. People want to start companies with me. Like, all this stuff happens just because I put time down and I put my thoughts out there into something that was meaningful to me. And so my first 2 nonfiction books were just this transformative experience. And then, like, so many cool things started happening in my life that I kind of put writing aside. I was like, oh, that was a fun sort of hobby. And then fast forward to about like 8 or 9 years later, I had this unique, weird opportunity to get asked to teach at Georgetown. And just to provide context to everyone who's on the screen, like, I wouldn't have gotten into Georgetown. So the fact that, like, they asked me to teach there was like bananas nuts. And I was like, are you sure? Like, you want me? But it was a lot of those things, right? Like, I had written a book. I had, like, raised a bunch of money from companies. Like, I had weird investors, and Ashton Kutcher was in my company. So all this weird stuff had happened to me. So what I had done mattered more than where I'd done it. And so I got the chance to start teaching about entrepreneurship, and I was teaching a bunch of, like, really bright, ambitious people, and I loved it. It was fun. I enjoyed the experience. But after about a year of doing it, I have all these ambitious students come to my class. We talk about startups and starting companies. I found myself so unfulfilled, because what we would do is we do all this work together in the semester, and at the end of the semester, poof, disappear. The only thing that's left at the end of the semester is a grade. We literally have nothing to show for our 4 or 5 months together. And I found myself, like, so unfulfilled. Like, what was the point of all that, right? Like, how does anyone know that we learned anything, right? Literally nothing. There's no proof. So I actually quit. That's the true story. I literally quit teaching, and I went to the university and I said, I'm out. And they said no. So what do you mean no? Like, you can't, like I'm not an adjunct. Like, what do you mean no? They're like, listen, we don't have a teacher class. You're obligated to do it. You have to do it. And I said, that sucks, but what was I going to do? Like, I'm not going to leave them high and dry. So I said I was going to do it. So in my mind, I said, I've got one more semester left. I'm going to do this one semester. And I was kind of like, it was the summertime. I was kind of like owly at the whole thing. I was like, what am I going to do? Like, I already know this thing doesn't work. It's nothing fulfilling. Like, I got kids. I got other stuff I want to do. So about 3 weeks before the class was about to start, I had a couple drinks, and I had this moment where I was like, you know what? This is a great opportunity. Like, they can't fire me. So why don't I just do something crazy and do something I want to do? And so I started to think about it more and more. I was like, all right, what did most matter to me in my life? And I remember, like I said, a few years ago, I'd had this crazy opportunity where I wrote and published 2 books. And so I thought a lot about it, and I was like, that was a very entrepreneurial experience. I learned a lot. Plus, I have proof that I actually learned it. What if I just made them all write a book? And that was the logic there. I had 2 weeks before the class about to start, and I told no one. I wasn't going to share this with anyone because I didn't want anyone to know. Like, I thought they literally might come in and pull me out of the classroom. So I talked to a bunch of authors to see if this was possible, and like they were like, "This sounds nuts," but okay. So here's what I did, Steve. This is true. I took my syllabus, which is literally designed to teach people like how to start a company. And I was like, I don't know what to do. So all I did is I pushed Control F, and I looked for the word startup. And every time I saw the word startup, I replaced it with book. And that was it. I literally then walked into a class with that as the idea. That was it. And so I walked into class, and turns out there was a group of students in there, including the individual who's, I guess, above me this way. Brian right there was in the class. Brian takes this class as, I think, a senior at the time in college, junior in college, as an entrepreneurship class. And I walk into class and I give this sort of spiel about like, here's my story, here's I like entrepreneurship, stuff like that. And I said, in this semester, we're gonna do something totally different. I know that you've heard what you've heard about this class before, but there's only one thing that I'm gonna grade you on this semester. And I flashed up a slide and it said 3 words on it: write a book. Now, I remember this moment in my life, like it seared into my brain forever. Right? Like, these are not people who are English majors. They didn't have write a book on their bucket list. And so here's this crazy a-hole entrepreneurship professor that says you're gonna write a book. And they look at me and this face, and it's like, it's like fear just like pouring out. And I can, like, these are people who've never written 5-page papers before. Like, this is stupid, right? Like, why are we doing this? And so I remember very vividly at the end of the class, this like 3 hours together, and I kind of like all this song and dance stuff. And I remember there's one point, like right in the middle part of it, I was telling them, like, I'm like, you know, it's gonna be great, we're gonna do this thing. And I remember vividly, I see all of them start to pull out their phones. I don't remember Brian, but probably so. All of them pull out their phone. And there's this like frantic like typing. And I had this moment in my head, like this is true. I had this moment where I think to myself, I've connected with them. They see it, they're excited, they're telling their friends. Turned out what had happened, actually, they'd all gone into kind of the break time in the restroom and talked about it, and they were all looking how many days they had left to drop the class, which is absolutely a true story. I found out later. So at the end of the classroom, there's probably like, I don't know, 15, 16 people in the class. And I remember at the end of the class, I had this moment and I could feel it. I was like, this is not gonna go well. Like, I could just tell. And I said, guys, listen, I have one ask of you. Like, just, if you're gonna drop the class, just send me a personal note, like, I get it, and just don't tell the dean, right? I'm gonna try this again. There's like 4 of you stick around with it. So I kind of walked away from that class feeling a little bit deflated, but like, you know, we'll see, right? You know, even if I get a couple people to do this one, to try this like approach to create something would be great. So the next week rolls around for class, and I remember like kind of getting to class a little bit late. I was coming in from like work or something, that I got in there, and I remember walking in, and there was like kind of like the entryway to the classroom was like blocked off, and I was like, there's people there, and I'm like kind of weaving my way through, and I was like, why are there so many people here? The class had almost tripled in size. Literally, people had told their friends and said like, we want to do something important. And so that was the moment for me that struck me of like, there's all this talk out there about people who are younger and are not ambitious. It's bullshit. The reality is that people want to do things that matter to them, and they want to do it with other people together. And that sort of moment, where like I got chills when I walked in that classroom, realizing that people did want help and they wanted to do something important, was where I realized that something special was happening. So this crazy experiment that happened there has sort of led me on this incredible journey. And it was crazy enough for Brian that I convinced him to be my TA for the next 2 years and sort of help sort of develop this thing. And eventually I told him to turn down his fancy schmancy job and see if we could do something on more substantive. And that's what's led to the Creator Institute. The Creator Institute has really now become a new approach to sort of transformational education. The goal of it is to help people sort of learn through creating something that demonstrates their knowledge. And over the last, this crazy 4 years, started in this journey. 3.5 years ago was when the first group published. 600 of my students have gone on to publish a book. Dozens of them have gone on to produce an audio show or a video course, audiobooks, all these things behind it. And all of it comes down to the fact that people want 3 things, right? They want to do things that are personal to them, personal, important to them. Like that's why seeing your last speakers who are 2 alums of my course, they wanted to do things that matter to them, right? That's the first thing. They want to learn how to do it. They don't want to like free form and figure out. They want to have like support and coaching, all these things. And the last thing and the most important thing is they don't want to do it alone. Like we want to have others support each other in that one. And so that's really the core of what the Creator Institute is and has designed to be. Our goal is to be the next sort of a wave in universities and education. Like we believe in this concept of creation-based learning, which, it's interesting. Like most of us, when we learn, we consume stuff, right? You listen to a professor talk to you, you listen to like, audio, you read things like that. The reality is we only retain about 5 to 7% when we learn that way. When you create something and you teach what you learn, you share it with other people, 90% we retain, 18x more effective. So really like that's the core of what I believe in is, books is a great thing, but the part of like learning the book and connecting with people is really the magical part of it. So that's why I've been so excited to do it. And along the way, we had to learn a lot about not only how to teach people, but also how to support people to publish books and those things. And I'll let Brian talk a little bit about the New Degree Press experience, but I'll tell you, I made a commitment on that very first day of the class. And I said, listen, I'm going to make this promise to you. If you guys do your part, you go out there and you write a great book and you work hard together, I will commit to you that we will help you get this book out for others to see in a way that's you own it, you have the rights to it, all that kind of stuff. I'm an entrepreneur, right? Like I want to own what I do. And so that's been the real core of sort of seeing New Degree Press develop. Originally, it started out as we had some support from a publisher. They essentially sort of gifted this to an organization. And now New Degree Press is a B corporation that allows us to do social good for the world. And I've been so fortunate to get to see Brian take those early reins as this little crazy TA experience and turn it into an entire institution that has done some amazing things. And so, we're sort of partners in crime in a lot of ways. We sort of each are able to sort of support one another. But I think both the Creator Institute and New Degree Press sort of are kind of designed to be things that really make this whole experience great. So there you go. There's the story of how this whole thing came to be. And maybe Brian can pile on for where it went from there.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Go for it, Brian.
Yeah, so it's such a powerful story to like hear it in context again. Going back to that very first class where I was one of those students that actually pulled out my phone and said, when can I drop this class to, okay, let's create this first draft manuscript and maybe we can get it published. But it was a really magical moment when that publisher came into our class sort of halfway through the process and made this deal with us and said, whoever can get to a first draft manuscript that could be publishable with some revisions, editing, all of that, we'll work with you to support you to publish your book. You'll still own the rights to do it, and you'll collect your royalties after you publish. And that to me was so interesting and so powerful that we could own our work and could have that. And so after they gifted us, this imprint, New Degree Press, sort of the idea of it being, publishing a book should feel like it's a new degree, sort of in this idea of education pedagogy right here. I had this really great opportunity to say, okay, let's help more of these students, more of these authors create and then publish those books. And so my experiences sort of coming out of that, of having published my own book, was to learn from other publishers in the industry, learning from the publisher who helped me publish my book and learning from others, how exactly do you publish a high quality book? And really there are three core things that we learned based off those interviews, that research that we compiled right there. And it's really one, creating a successful pre-launch effort. Because in order to really have a successful book, everyone needs to know about it before it comes out. And so you need to focus first and foremost on building an audience before you can actually focus on getting the book out there. You need to know that there's an audience and a market for it. And then the second big thing is creating a beautiful book, not just in terms of having a beautiful cover. Steven, you have such an amazing cover. Kudos to you for that. But you also need to focus on creating a beautiful book inside the content of it, in the stories, in the scenes, in the character development. If you have a work of fiction, if you have a nonfiction book, making sure you have compelling interviews, research, data, to make sure that this is a book that is both relevant and engaging for readers to actually find something valuable and insightful, that if they're going to consume it, they can find something meaningful. And then really three, exactly to Professor Custer's experience with, his two books that he created way back when, is it should be something that you can use to create new opportunities after your book comes out. For Professor Custer, it was getting invited to, be on boards, win awards, ultimately becoming a professor at Georgetown, a school he never would have gotten into. Who knew? But it should be able to be that tool, whether it allows you to do speaking or landing a job or getting into graduate school to do some of those ones. And for me, it's been some of the most empowering and inspiring work to help authors really realize how each of those three pieces begin to fit together, and to see authors barely enter into the process of publishing. And then sort of my favorite story that I recently had was this author, Rahul Raina, who just published his book called Moonshots, a book all about venture capital, entrepreneurship, super fascinated by the space. He goes to Rutgers. He's, I believe, a sophomore, about to be a junior. He's really young in his career. And if you know anything about venture capital entrepreneurship, you have to have at least an MBA from Harvard, Wharton, or Yale. You need to have family and connections within venture capital in order to get a job. But what was so cool about sort of his experience and his process of building an audience, creating a beautiful book, and creating new opportunities is he actually got offered on the spot, without an interview whatsoever, an internship at Lux Capital, a top VC firm in New York.
It's one of the top 5 in the world, like the top 5 most premier VCs. They don't hire kids from Rutgers, right? Like just to be really front about it. And it was crazy. Like I remember, so Josh is the partner there who so I have a venture capital firm that I know Josh casually. And, Josh was like super stoked. He's like, I've never had someone who thought this way about it. And it was the process of like giving people the space to learn and explore. And, he's writing about moonshots, which are companies that are trying to mine asteroids. It's about the companies that are actually allowing us to, within a year, put out a vaccine that could transform our world back to normal again in some ways. Like that's what moonshots are. It's, how can more of us think like Elon Musk? And, it's not that you had to go to the best school, and it's not that you had to have the highest GPA. It's just that you had to have the passion for it, the support around it, and then something that you thought could create these opportunities. And I think to Brian's point in it, I think that creators create whatever they're passionate in. And I think books is an amazing way to do it. But I think everyone should have the space and the freedom to do it. And I think the book is just proof that you learned something, right? Like they didn't hire Rahul because it was like, this book was slick and beautiful and pretty cover. It was because of the stuff that was in here that was really why he actually got hired. So that is an amazing story too. And I think it's, I wish I would have had this in college. Like it would have cost me a bunch of years of my life wrestling and struggling.
Exactly. That's where the whole premise of the idea New Degree Press comes to mind, of you're creating and publishing a book as a new degree. Yeah. You're really pursuing those those things that you're curious about to turn it into a passion and to demonstrate with real substance behind it. And so for us looking in the publishing industry, it's been a really fascinating conversation to see the world of traditional publishing and university presses and self-publishing really trying to navigate this world of the pandemic that we're right now in. And for us, I think the best way to really look at us is oftentimes what we aren't, looking at how traditional publishing is really a world where you're signing away the rights to own your work so the publisher can help you publish and distribute the book. We're really focusing on turning that on its head and giving you the support, the professional support that you need to really get that book published in a high quality way. And then also, use it to create a beautiful cover like you have for your book, Stephen, like Rahul has for his book, and others do for theirs. And then also use it to create some pretty cool, interesting opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like just like from working with, on the other side with students on the front end with the developmental editing side of things, it was really fascinating to see how all of these things were able to start coming together for what it is that they wanted to talk about. Now, I told Natalie and Jen, when I first started, I had no idea how to edit nonfiction. Like, there is no nonfiction on these bookshelves.
Yeah.
And so to work with them, I learned a lot as an editor on how to do that. And then that actually helped me with Carly, who it was my student and who's getting published with you guys. I was able to introduce her, and I was like, they have what you need to launch this book to the people that you want to launch it to. And so but it helped prepare me a lot for walking her through a lot of those things. Cause like, oh, you need to have some interviews, you need to weave in some data, you need to do these things to help establish your credibility for other people. Because like, I know you have the credibility, you have life experience, but for other people, sometimes that's not enough. And, like with me and my book, I know that there wasn't a flying rat's ass chance in hell that a Christian publisher was going to pick me up due to the content, and I wasn't going to sanitize it down into something that wasn't what it is. And you guys were like, yeah, YOLO,
That's the biggest thing in all of it too. And I think it's just an important thing generally. And again, like, I'm finishing up my next book, and I think, we're always I just think that there's this incredible wave happening. And what I'm excited to sort of be as a broader part of it, like a small piece of these things, is just, you're seeing the big power shift that has happened from, it used to be that middlemen controlled everything, right? And Brian knows this, and you probably do as well, Stephen, but like, I'm a big Taylor Swift fan. And for those of you that saw, what's that?
That's where Brian gets it from.
Exactly.
Well, I was a Taylor Swift fan first. Let's be real.
Listen, we'll judge who's. It's weird to get two dudes fighting over who's a big Taylor Swift fan, but nevertheless, it's okay. We're all family here. But Taylor Swift dropped an album last week. Nobody knew about it, and it went top of the charts right away. Do you know what's interesting about that album? Is it's the first one that she's owned all of it to, in terms of like all the rights to it, all these sorts of things behind it, because she has recognized that like, creators are the central of our world and our economy today. And, and I think that's what's so exciting and powerful today. And that's why I love like being a part of this. People is like, it's fine for middlemen to have their role and stuff like that. But I think like what you're seeing is just a shift. You're seeing Chance the Rapper no longer doesn't have a record label, and yet he's one of the, he's winning Grammys. Taylor Swift can put an album like this. You're seeing people who, again, own the entire rights to their book, publish it so they can then put it into a movie. I mean, you're seeing a lot of those transitions. And I think that's kind of what's so exciting in this, this sort of phase here. We had a venture capitalist named Blake Robbins come on to talk to my class, and he talked about the creator economy. And what he's basically saying is that like, we're the first inning of it, right? Where people now have control, and you can build a business and you can build a life as an author, as a creator, as a podcast host, whatever it is. And so I think that's really what's so exciting for me is I love helping people create whatever book there is, whether it's a fiction book or whether it's a nonfiction or whether it's a memoir. But I think more importantly is that like, this really is like being an author, and this, it's like being an entrepreneur. And so we kind of got to arm this next wave of creators with the tools to do it. And that means that they should be able to create it, and they should have support to do it and get it out there. And so I think what you're doing here too is so powerful tui, is because I think it's oftentimes seen as the haves and the have-nots. And, there's all these people who have all this stuff. And I think we're at the beginning phases of it. And I would tell you that like, we're just starting to scratch the surface of this. But, Patreon, which is a platform for creators to have their fans support them, they have $1 billion marketplace now in under 4 years, right? You see the thing, Teachable has $1 billion of sort of course creators in 6 years. That's happened. Like, this is incredibly rapid. And that's money that's used to go and get sliced off by others and is now going direct to creators. So I think so that's the exciting part here, is that we're just seeing this emergence of this creator economy, whether it's authors and musicians and teachers and stuff like that. And I think it's great to sort of be a part of it and see this sort of movement happening.
Yeah, totally. I completely agree. Like for me, like I wanted to be a business owner when I was 17. You know, that's what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I eventually I did. I started the editing Bard, you know, and I was doing developmental editing, and I was doing story coaching, and I was doing, you know, all these different things. And so, you know, to be a part now and to have, you know, published author, you know, next to my name and look at it and just add it to the list of things that I do. Like,
and owner, I would say that too. You are published author and owner, right? Like you are the owner of it, which is not something that is the one thing I look back on my first 2 books and regret, is that I don't own them, right? And listen, they're not going to be made into a television movie, but if you're, you know, when the City of Snow and Stars gets picked up for a movie, like, you know, you should have a say in the stake and how it goes and how it plays. And
I already have one of the characters casted. It's the gal from The Mandalorian, Gina.
Oh yeah.
Gina I will reach out to her, and I'm going to cast her as Branwyn, the sassy assassin, and she's going to be badass, and it's going to be fantastic.
Can I just be one of the some low level characters, just so I can get a shot in it? Like all I want is like, I'll be like the stormtrooper, you know, who like messes up if you want, whatever you need.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. I'll totally, I'll hit you up whenever I hit it big and it gets turned into a movie. Guys, thank you so much for, again, doing what you do. Because without what you guys had done, you know, this book would not have probably gotten published for a very, very long time. And I'm so excited that the book is out there, that you know, we're helping other authors with their dreams of getting their books published. I mean, I brag about NDP and I talk about Creator Institute all the time, and people are like, it's a vanity press. I'm like, fight me right now. Like,
first inning game. We're the first inning.
Yeah. So it's just super exciting to have you guys on here, and for, you know, all the other authors who are watching this. The links to the website for New Degree and for Creator Institute are down in the notes below. And I hope that, you know, this is an encouragement to those who have that entrepreneurial spirit, who want to own, and again, not to diss on traditional publishing or straight self-publishing. Everybody has different goals. For me, I was broke. So self-publishing wasn't an option. And 2, I wanted to own my book. Yeah. You know, I've poured years of my life into writing. I wanted to own it when it came to fruition. And so, guys, thank you again so much.
Big group hug here. Congratulations. We're proud of you. Can't wait to get my copy. I got spot. Hopefully. I'm excited. You better sign something very fancy, and I expect some kind of like very witty banter inside the
he's the editing Bard, Eric. He's the editing Bard. Come on.
True. Well, it doesn't mean that the editing Bard has witty banter though, so I don't know yet.
I'm the king of witty banter. I'm the king of memes.
Yeah.
I'm the king of memes. Anybody in the chats will tell you.
I love it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Steven.
Guys, I was so excited to be able to do that. That was actually, I think, my first time actually getting to talk with Eric. Beforehand, like it's been like during calls and stuff like that. And I didn't know the story of how Creator Institute even started. What good story, I should say, doesn't start with a couple of drinks and a crazy idea of like, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it. So hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you guys got a lot out of that. Now, next up is Carly and Tiffany. So a quick note on this. So I had Cheyenne, who is a friend of mine, lined up to talk with Carly. She had a conflict with the timing, so unfortunately she was unable to be here. Tiffany swooped in for the rescue and joined in. But for those of you who like historical fantasy, or not historical fiction, Cheyenne has written a phenomenal story, very much along the lines of Ursula Le Guin and somebody else. I can't remember the name of it. But she is currently fundraising to do that on Indiegogo right now. Her link is down below in the show description. Go check it out. She made the book trailer. So if you go just to look at the book trailer will probably sell you. I am dying to throw my money and burn a hole in my wallet for this book. So go, please check that out. Help a fellow indie author self-publish her book. Her goal is to get it out by April of 2021. Now, very excited. I'm bringing Carly and Tiffany on. Carly is one of my former students, just through my business. And then Tiffany is someone who was able to join in from New Degree Press. She's one of the alum with me. So we're going to be talking about how to stay inspired, while you're writing your book. But first, I'd love for each of you to kind of introduce yourself and a little bit about what your book is about. Tiffany, why don't you go ahead and start us
All right, I
off?
was going to say, who's going first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
So I'm Tiffany Mosier. I'm the author of Beauty Beyond the Threshold, which is a memoir about how I was able to overcome severe depression and anxiety by pushing myself out of my comfort zone. And what that entailed was traveling solo to volunteer in disaster response projects internationally. So in my book, I share about, what led to my depression, the depths of my depression, and then the cool travel stories that came along with traveling by myself and experiencing the joys that volunteer brings to everyone, really. About a little more about me. I'm a single mom. I have 3 amazing kids, ages 18, 14, and 10. And I'm a logistics analyst in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Very cool. Yeah, I love that. When you had reached out to me for hopefully as getting on later for like the Q&A session, and then when Cheyenne dropped, I was like, well, hey, Tiffany's interested.
Absolutely.
And then I had gone and I looked at the book and the premise of it, and it was absolutely beautiful. Just that you're tackling depression, because I think particularly during this season, that has spiked so much for people, and I think that your book will be a very beautiful example of like, hey, here's some ideas and some encouragement.
Thank you.
Very excited to talk with you more about that. Carly, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm currently sitting in my car because I stepped out of work to do this. So this is just what we have to work with. But anyway, my name is Carly, and I wrote a book called Good Enough. It's a memoir about believing beautiful through trauma, through life, and through disorder. I share my personal account battling an eating disorder for several years and my journey toward overcoming that eating disorder. I open up with raw journal entries and just my personal testimony and story of faith. And my hope is to just help other people who are in similar shoes or people who are trying to help those battling an eating disorder currently. I started working with Stephen a little over a year ago, the fall of 2019, and I had been working on my book since 2017 by myself and was super unproductive and was also trying to finish up undergrad and didn't really know what direction I wanted to go with the book, but met Stephen randomly at a farmer's market in a town I didn't even live in but had just moved to, and was like, what am I doing here? And Stephen had a little booth and it was about writing, and I'm like, that sounds up my alley. And we had a brief conversation and then started working together about a month later. And I just came to him with like over 100,000 words of content and a lot of different ideas, and we were able to make a plan and nail down my writing process and finish my first draft in 4 months, and then submitted to New Degree Press a few months later. So I wasn't in the process as long as some of the other authors in the cohort because I had been working with Stephen, but yeah, it's been an awesome process so far, and I'm excited to be at the tail end of it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so much nicer when it's over and you can like take like 5 breaths of like, oh, thank gosh, there's not a deadline. Like, yeah, that's one of the things that has been much more challenging with the publishing side of things than I had ever expected it to be. So for both of you, like both of you touch on some really not all the time talked about topics, you know, Carly with the eating disorder and, you know, Tiffany with depression. Like people don't like to talk about it. You know, people don't like talking about sexual abuse or abuse in general. It makes people feel uncomfortable. And I love that you guys are tackling these issues because really that's the kind of things that need that we really need. So that being said, when there's that kind of emotional involvement and investment in writing a book, it can get really discouraging and really tiring really fast. So how do you guys stay inspired, stay motivated while you're writing something that is so emotionally heavy?
I know for me, that was the part of the book, and it's in the beginning of the book. I had to write my book out of order because I tried to avoid writing about the depression. And I even go into detail about my suicide attempt, which is something that is very difficult. Nobody wants to talk about it. It's a very uncomfortable subject. And for me, it was uncomfortable because I've come so far in my recovery. And I tried everything I can do to avoid going back to that mentality. And here now I'm forced to place myself into that mentality so I can share so that the reader can understand. And how I was able to do that, as difficult as it was I had to listen to music that I was listening to back in that time. I had to kind of place myself mentally in that place. And I had to keep reminding myself why I was wanting to be so open and vulnerable to share what I was sharing. And that stemmed from, I would share, you know, these things with a very select few people that I trusted. And they would tell me that, you know, my story was very inspiring, that they didn't feel that they were so alone in their struggles anymore. And so I had to keep that in mind, that with writing and sharing this, I can help someone else. And I had to keep that in the forefront. And so when it got hard and when it got tiring and unmotivating, I had to constantly remind myself, I can help someone through their struggles if I share my story. And that's why I have to keep plugging along and keep writing.
Yeah, that's really good. How about for you, Carly?
Yeah, well, I definitely relate to a lot of what Tiffany said. Reminding yourself of your why, I think, is crucial if you're going to write about something vulnerable and expose yourself to the world, which is terrifying. And I think that really helped too when it came to, for me, like personally talking about family members and trying to be truthful in events that happen and thinking about the consequences with family of people who aren't necessarily going to agree with what I write about or who are going to have a different opinion or experience with those events. And knowing that like the reward was greater than the risk was really important for me, which was to help other people who, like you said, Tiffany, like who needed help and who were going through something similar and were trying to recover. And I think, you know, the positive feedback I got from those types of people is what really fueled me to keep going and to sit down as many times as I had to get through a really difficult chapter. And then also just rest was really big for me. So when a chapter was just too emotional and too hard to deal with, taking a step back and saying like, okay, I'm going to call it a day, or a week sometimes. And I'm going to come back to this later because it's too emotional, and it's bringing up a lot of stuff for me that I thought I had worked through, but need to continue to work through. So yeah, writing your book out of order, I think, is okay when you're writing about something emotional, and like coming back to something when you feel ready, or when you've had time to process, or just do something to decompress from the emotions that hard chapters and events and memories bring up is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, there's, I had talked about this earlier with my first guests, Natalie and Jen. There's a cathartic writing that happens when you first kind of start, and you're processing a lot of that kind of stuff that you've either never processed before or had never really thought of in that way. And then all of a sudden it just kind of hits you in a different way than it did. And then it brings with it all of that emotion that you have to sit down and you have to go, okay, wow. All right. I need to go take a break.
Mhm.
I need to go and do something, for me, cause both of you have written, nonfiction books, at least Tiffany, I believe yours is nonfiction, cause it's your story.
Yep.
For me, writing fiction, it was a way of taking my trauma and doing what you guys were doing, just in a fictionalized form, being able to kind of elaborate and, in some cases, the people who would have disagreed with me get their comeuppance at some point. So it's kind of like, hey, sucks to be you. But it's one of those things, like when it comes to fiction writing, that I've seen people struggle with, and I've struggled with myself, is how do you do a author insert without it being too on the nose, or like the story's all about you. And I think a part of that, like the way that I stay inspired, is I look at real life, and I look at it and go, okay, I'm not going to make token characters. I'm not going to make tropey characters. I can have characters that will play on tropes, but they're going to be real people. They're going to have their own wants, their own desires, their own emotions.
Mhm.
And that's what kind of, there's that little bit of a degree of separation between, because like myself is in every one of the characters. Trinia in particular, with, I poured like all of the angst and trauma into Trinia. I feel bad for her. But having to do that, there are some particularly hard scenes in there where, again, like it brought up all of those emotions, and you have to sit with them, because you're the one writing the book. So there's no one else is going to do it for you. B, and just know when you need to take a break, and knowing that it's okay, to take a break. So like, I know, Carly, like I've read, your first and second drafts. I don't know how much has changed since then.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like, I know that we had talked about, inserting stories and data and some of those things, to kind of help support what it was that you were talking about with the eating disorder side of things. And then Tiffany, I haven't had a chance to read your book, but I'm assuming that it's going to have that kind of similar feel, where there may be some outside stories that you kind of use to kind of corroborate and just weave into your own story, especially if you were doing volunteering and stuff. What to you, and this is for the both of you, what do you think is like the most impactful part of your book, without spoiler? I don't know if spoilers works for nonfiction or not, but like, what was that thing that you're just like, this is kind of the heart of why I wrote my book, and it's in the book?
I'll go first, I guess.
Yeah, good, because
so
I'm still thinking.
for me, the main takeaway for my book is that act of how powerful the act of pushing yourself out of your comfort zone can help you gain confidence, gain self-esteem, and give you a sense of purpose. So, while I talk about how, for me, pushing myself out of my comfort zone meant traveling solo to volunteer. And there's a couple other little stories peppered in there about different things that I did that pushed me out of my comfort zone, including one that involves the guitar behind me. But, the main takeaway is that not everyone's different. So their comfort zone might not be traveling solo to volunteer. That's what's going to help them. It's more of the takeaway is to challenge the reader to think, okay, what is it that is out of my comfort zone, and how can I take that step, and how can that help me? So it's kind of meant to inspire, especially those who are depressed and sad and anxious and are not sure how to go about taking those steps, or wanting to do something a little bit different, that they're not, they've tried everything they think they could have tried, but it's just not working like it was for me. I tried counseling and I tried medications, and while those things offered some relief, it was that lack of sense of purpose within myself that was the missing link, and pushing myself out of my comfort zone is what filled that hole.
Love it. Carly, how about for you?
Yeah. Well, the main takeaway of my book is, number one, that I want people to walk away knowing that they are good enough. And that from the very beginning was the message that I think I was trying to tell. It took me a while to get there. But specifically those who are battling an eating disorder, or who have struggled with disordered behaviors due to past trauma that they maybe have dealt with, or they are still dealing with, or they haven't even realized for themselves yet. But specifically for those people, I want them to walk away knowing that they are good enough, and that their past and even their present does not dictate who they are, and that their worth truly does come from within, and also from God. And that's the story that I'm trying to tell. And I really try to do that by showing up authentically for my readers. And one of my favorite things about my book is that I've been able to incorporate journal entries from the last few years and through my eating disorder, to show people that they're not alone, and that what they're dealing with is actually not that uncommon. And even though our experiences might be very different, there's a similarity among the struggle of not feeling good enough. And that's what really drove me to write the book, is that it's just a message that I think lingers a lot, or for any type of addiction or a mental health struggle, that feeling and that fear of I'm not good enough. And so I really wanted to combat that in the book.
Yeah, I love that. I think one of the big things that I can kind of see, with both of your with your stories, is that people's stories matter. Our willingness to share and be open about our own sense of brokenness is what many times allows others to reciprocate that and be like, yeah, me, struggle bus with you, and like Carly, I know that just from watching the mailing list, your newsletter and your social media, I've seen a lot of really beautiful reactions from people, and as they've gotten to know you and know your story. I know you had a ton of support during your campaign, so because you raised over $8,000. So not only does your paperback and ebook come out here fairly soon, you're going to be having your hardback come out next year and an audiobook. So, which is really freaking awesome.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing all of that come to fruition. Tiffany, I didn't have a chance to spy on what all you have going on. Like in terms of like social media and stuff. But just from the little bit that I was able to see on Facebook, it seemed like there was so many people who were excited for you, which I think one is great. B, they seemed super supportive and just thanking you for sharing your story and being open and honest and vulnerable about that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of my beta readers are, close family and friends. And some of them, reached out to me as they were reading the story and were just like, I had no idea that you were struggling so much, and I'm struggling in the same way. And, when I was going through my depression, I really didn't disclose that very much. Very, very few people knew about the suicide attempt. So to put it all out there, I think it was something that they learned a little something about me, and I think they see where I'm at today, and they see that I'm that I'm happy and I'm doing well, and so they're rooting for me. They're in my corner, and that's it. The support has been absolutely incredible, absolutely amazing. I couldn't be more grateful for everyone that's been behind me ever since I said, hey, guess what, I'm writing a book. It was
right.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to successfully do this, but I'm going to try.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. And that, again, it's, when we share our story, it allows people in, for one. They get to enter into kind of like a deeper relationship with you to an extent, because they know that thing that, we always, we hold close to our chest. And one of the things that reminds me of is when we say we're fine, but we're really not. And I wrote an article about that on Medium, and it's called The Art of Fine, Seeing Beyond the Words. And it's with that intentionality of, a lot of people who I've been vocal about it for the last couple of years, but before, nobody knew that I was into pornography addiction. I was dealing with the sexual abuse trauma that I at one point had when I was 18, came to right up to the verge of committing suicide. And being honest with that and letting people know, they were like, I had no idea. I'm like, well, how could you have? You can't read my mind. I wasn't sharing about it because I was having my own issues with it. But, when we share our stories and we share those pains, like you were saying, it allows people to be like, oh man, you too? Like it's not just me. Like, isolation is what kills. Isolation, when someone feels like there's no longer any hope for them, or that like the three lies, like no one loves me, they'd be better off without me.
Yep.
My story doesn't matter. You take that away, and that's when someone finally does actually it's hard to even say, but when they commit suicide, that's usually when it happens. It's because they've no hope left. And so it's telling your story is a connection. It's a way to reach out and physically be like, you're not alone. And that's the important and the beauty of your guys' stories, which I appreciate both of you being able to come on and be open and honest and share with me and everybody watching. If you could give a word of encouragement or kind of sum up the writing experience, or maybe a little bit of both, like what would your encouragement to people be based on kind of what you guys have gone through?
Don't fear the rejection. That was the biggest thing that I was afraid of when writing the story was no one's going to want to read this, or I'm not good enough to write this. And is it going to be received well? And if it doesn't, then I'm, if I get rejected, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I had to constantly push past those fears. And once I did, I realized what I was doing was helping people, was encouraging and inspiring other people. So it's kind of a mind game with yourself. The fear of rejection, you have to, as much as it's there when you're writing or when you start writing, you've got to push through it, because an amazing work of art is going to come out of it. And people will want to read your story. They will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what I would tell other people is to believe in yourself. And if you can't believe in yourself, to keep telling yourself the things that you want to believe about yourself. And for me, that's come in the form of affirmations. So telling myself, like, you're an author, or like, I'm good enough, or I am going to write this book and people are going to like it, or people are going to want to read it, like Tiffany said. But that was a really big thing for me. Is I remember, Stephen, like, before I had even submitted to New Degree Press, you were like, you should you should put author, and like, you should start putting author on your like bio section on LinkedIn and your Instagram and Facebook, and say that you're the author of Good Enough. And I'm like, whoa, no, like, no. That is so uncomfortable, and I'm not an author yet. Like, I am just on the road there, and I'm a newbie, and I don't know anything about this process. But the more that I started saying to people that I was writing a book, and talking about the book to other people, and telling myself the things I wanted to eventually believe about myself, and putting author on little areas like my bio on social media, all of those little tiny steps got me to the point where I feel like I'm at a place where I can not, super confidently talk about the book, but I can confidently talk about what I've wrote about, and what Good Enough is about, and who it's for, and why I'm so passionate about the topics that I write about. And before, I felt like I was very, very closed off, and it was almost a secret. Like, I didn't want to share it with the world, and I didn't want other people to know that about me, and that writing a book was something I was doing until it was like this finished product to share with other people. But like, I probably wouldn't have been able to fundraise as much as I did if I wouldn't have been able to talk about the book and share it with other people beforehand. And this process just wouldn't have been as exciting. And I think I would have lost momentum a lot sooner if I wasn't willing to step outside of my comfort zone and start trying to believe the things that I wanted to believe about myself. So yeah, I think that's a really big piece of being able to just have endurance through the whole process, is speaking truth over yourself when the little monsters in your head try and tell you that you're not going to be able to do this thing, and it's too big of a task. And other people will tell you that too. And that's a real thing that I had to deal with, was people kind of just like shaking their head like, oh, like, you're going to write a book. Okay. Like, yeah, we've heard that before. So being able to still tell yourself those truths during even those messages from people too is super important.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. And we had a couple of comments I just wanted to highlight before I let you guys go. Melissa Little, who is actually one of our guests next up, said that she enjoyed hearing both of your guys' stories. Mama Street, who I know, she's we used to call her our Wattpad mom. Wonderful encouragement. Thank you. My beautiful wifey. So proud of you, Carly.
Thank you,
And
Staci.
my mother-in-law. Thank you, Carly and Tiffany, for sharing your stories. Guys, I second all of that. Thank you both for being willing to come on and share in not only just in this day, but in celebrating your guys' books as well. And again, for anybody who is watching, either now or later, down in the show description are the links to everybody's book. Carly, I know your book hasn't been published yet, But I'll make sure to get the link in there. So for everybody, follow Carly's social media accounts, follow her, join her newsletter, and she's going to be announcing kind of when all of that goes live. And then Tiffany, your book is out. I added yours in yesterday. So yours is in there. So guys, again, if you haven't bought anybody a Christmas present yet, or even if you have, just spend some more money. It's fine. It's Christmas. Buy a book. We're not going to have anything to, better to do now for a while. So might as well read. Both of you, again, thank you so much. And I look forward to talking with you both more in the future.
Thank you. And congratulations on your books.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations. I can't wait to read the full thing.
Yeah. All right, guys. Take care.
Bye.
Okay. Bye, Stephen.
All right, guys. I'm super excited. We're still going on the marathon. We just hit the 2.5 hour mark, so we are technically halfway through. So I'm super excited to bring to you Melissa and Verity. So they are two Wattpad peeps. If you don't know what Wattpad is, it is basically a giant nerddom for authors. And so they both were published on Wattpad. Both of them ended up getting traditionally published. And so super excited to have them on to talk a little bit about traditional publishing and kind of what that looks like here. And so I'm going to bring him up on the stream. Hey, Verity.
Hello. Hope my connection stays in okay.
And Melissa.
Hi.
Whose emotions I wrecked with my book.
I was feral last night.
So, like, if you guys remember, for those of you who have been here, like I mentioned, like I was getting a running commentary during the course from one of my readers. That running commentary was from Melissa. It was absolutely fantastic and just pure gold, and it made my heart so happy. Just to see all of the range of feels that it evoked. So, guys, I am super excited to have you both on because you were both traditionally published. And both of you were on Wattpad. Melissa, I believe your book was on Wattpad for a period of time.
It was.
Okay. And then you guys went from Wattpad and ended up getting a traditional publishing deal, which in large part, if just from poking around on Facebook groups, you don't see every day because the publishers typically want first rights, all of that. And so I'm super curious and I would love to hear from you guys on that. Melissa, you were published shortly before Verity, if I remember correctly.
No, after.
Well,
yours.
It's kind of both, but I got the first deal, and then her book actually came out before mine did because it was a shorter transitionary period from contract to publication.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I started submitting because she got a deal, but then my book came out first.
Nice. Undercut her to the punch. Okay, so Verity, let's start with you. First, why don't you do a little bit of an introduction for you and your books, and then kind of like a little bit on your Wattpad, and then ending up getting that, and then we'll do the same for Melissa.
Okay. So, hi guys, I'm Verity Buchanan. Verity A. Buchanan is my pen name. And I guess for an introduction about myself, I am a writer, an extrovert, and a person who really likes fuzzy things. So, I'm also really bad at introductions and I love parenthetical remarks. So I started my Wattpad journey, I guess you could say, in 2016 when I got an account because my cousin was writing material on there and I wanted to read what she was writing. So then I found out, hey, I'm writing too. I could put my story up here. And that was up there for like, well, let's see. It was up for a period of about 4 or 5 months. Then I took it down. Then I put it up again for another 6 months. And then I took it down again. And this time I was thinking of self-publishing it. So for the first time I took it down, I was submitting it to agents, literary agents, and it wasn't getting much of a response from that. I sent it to maybe 15 total, not a whole lot. I mean, lots of people, when they submit to agents, they'll send to hundreds of agents. But because I am hyper perfectionist and I do not recommend this approach, I would spend a ton of time personalizing my submissions and being really, really detail oriented about what I was doing with it. So I just was kind of getting discouraged with the whole thing. And I was like, maybe I should try the self-publishing route. I'm not getting anywhere with this. So Melissa was like, no, you need to be traditionally published. I will see you traditionally published. So she kept sending me these small presses and assisted publishing venues that she wanted me to submit to. So finally I was like, okay, I'll do that. And I submitted to one that she sent me, and they accepted me within 3 days, I think. Wow.
That's one of those things that, again, you don't really hear of all that often. Typically, you could be waiting like 6 months to hear back from a either agent or publisher sometimes, right?
Yep. So yeah, it was a really quick turnaround. I was surprised to see that.
The dog was evicted.
Poor Maddie.
When you got accepted, what did that process kind of look like of getting your book to market? Because I think it looks a little bit different than what I just went through.
Yeah. So after I signed the contract with them, and I mean, I took a little bit to read over that contract and make sure I knew what I was signing on to and decide whether they seemed legit or not. But after the contract, there was about a 2 or 3 month wait before the edits started. And then after edits were over, there was another must have been a 6 month wait before I got any information on my cover. But then it was moving on to cover and design stage, and after cover, it moves on to pre-press, where they proofread everything and send it to the printer. And so yeah, since I was traditionally published, that was all like the that was pretty much all the interaction I had with the process, was the approving edits and cover design. I didn't have much to do with anything else of it.
Gotcha. So they did the editing and stuff like that, and then it was for you to kind of go through, read, to make sure that the voice wasn't changed too much.
Yeah,
and then,
exactly.
Gotcha. Yeah, and then you got, so that was your first book was published last year. That's The Journey.
Yeah.
And then which people can't see it because of the shadow, but it's right over here on the bookshelf somewhere.
I think I spy it. I spy that little green bit.
Yeah, just like right there. And then your second book, The Village, just came out.
Yeah.
What was it, October?
Yeah. End of October, like October 31st. Yeah, October 31st.
Nice. Yeah. So, and very similar process, I assume.
Very similar process, although the cover design was delayed quite a bit more this time around because of COVID. delaying things. That was fun.
And then audiobook production.
Audiobook production for the journey. Yeah, that was another unexpected thing, which I did not have much input on. I was just emailed in the middle of the process by the by one of the publishing company people who wanted to know if I had any input on accents, because my audiobook narrator wanted to know. It's like, audiobook narrator, say that again.
Yeah, well, and you created your own language for this series.
Yeah.
And I remember you telling me, like, just and like watching this thing develop, and I was just like, she went full token, like full token here. And so like, I'm assuming that you had some input for like, here's how to properly pronounce, all of these things.
I did include a pronunciation guide with the journey. They have you fill out a marketing questionnaire after with contract. So I filled that out with the village. I don't think they actually included the stuff about pronunciation guides in the journey, but the journey also doesn't include, I feel, quite as many odd pronunciations. So
Gotcha. Okay. Very cool. And then so Melissa, what was kind of the process for you? Because you beat Verity out by a few months. So like, what did that look like for you going from Wattpad to traditionally published?
So I was sitting at work and she texted or messaged me or whatever and said like, oh, this publisher wants it. And so I was like, I should try mine and see what happens. And so I started submitting, and I only did it on the weekends because I was working and I was in school, so I really could only do it on the weekends. And so I would pick like 4 or 5, and I wasn't picky at all. Even if I didn't really like a publisher, even if I didn't think it was a good fit, I would still submit to them. Like I submitted to Presbyterian and Reformed, and Verity knows this story. And the requirement was that they only published Presbyterian or Reformed Christian authors. But from knowing Verity, I know how to sound like one, so I wrote my cover letter like I was, and then they sent me a rejection letter. But I wasn't picky at all, because I was like, if it comes down to it and I don't like it and they do want to go further with me, but I really don't like it, I can just say no. It won't hurt to just try. So I actually have my list. Hang on. I submitted to 4 agencies and 31 publishers. And I started on September 21st and I finished on December 15th. And how I got away with like having it on Wattpad was I just didn't mention it. I figured like if it was an issue, it would be an issue later. Like no need to cause an issue. And then on New Year's, I had an offer before that, and they wanted me to like pay a certain amount or buy a certain amount of books or something. And then on New Year's Eve, I got an email from my publisher. And keep in mind, it's only been like a little over 3 months. And they said, hey, is your manuscript still available? And I was not expecting it to go anywhere because I'd already turned down one. And I was just like, yeah, it's available. And then in mid-January of 2019, they sent me a contract. And as I was looking at it, I was like, well, they're actually not asking anything of me. I started thinking, wait a minute, this looks legitimate to me. And so, I did have my family look at it. And then I felt like, if I wasn't putting money into it and they'd been around a while and I had read about them, then I didn't have anything to lose. So I just went with it. And I did tell them about Wattpad. And they said, oh, that's fine. Just go ahead and take the whole series down. So as soon as I signed the contract, I took the whole series off Wattpad.
Nice. Yeah, because it's interesting because I know, and I know that it differs from publisher to publisher. Some of them are okay with leaving a certain chunk of the book available for free, because it's kind of like Amazon's, you know, sneak preview thing. You know, it gives
Yep.
people a way to, you know, get a taste for the book, for your writing style, and whether they would possibly enjoy it. And then obviously, you know, you have links, and you talk about like, hey guys, buy my book.
I've put like some sneak peek chapters and stuff up there. I just like didn't ask. I don't really know if it's okay or not, but you know.
I have
If you
a
do-
couple chapters of mine up. Like each
Yeah,
book in
I
the
did.
series is up on a couple
Yeah.
chapters.
Oh, I mean, it's free marketing is
Yeah,
really kind of
exactly.
what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and so I don't think that most places, unless you're like probably one of the big 5, are probably going to have any issue with it. Because the big
Yeah,
5's
mine are easy to work with.
and that's good. And I mean, like, so I think some, like, I think one big question for the both of you would be, what are some of the important things when looking at a traditional publishing contract, or that were at least important for you, like whether it was the royalties or decision making, or like what positive things were kind of in the contracts that like sealed the deal for you?
Definitely looking at the royalties. I had researched royalties before this, typical royalty rates, and it with big publishers, it tends to like 12% tends to be a typical standard good royalty rate. And my publisher offered me 15% royalty rates up front, capping
Wow.
off at 20% after the 10,000th sale. So I was like, well, that's a good deal. I know I'm not getting ripped off with this publisher with royalties. So that was a nice thing that I noticed that they were offering.
Yeah, I didn't realize that they could actually increase it. I mean, it might not be like a traditional model, but that they increase it after they've essentially like recouped their money.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. How about for you, Melissa?
Royalties were not that important to me. Like, for example, I actually don't remember what my royalty rate is. But what mattered to me was that I didn't invest any money in it to begin with because I didn't have any. So that would have been a deal breaker. I also, this is like super unimportant, but I cared what the covers looked like.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Same. I was like, I was looking at one assisted publishing venue earlier, and I was looking at the covers, and I'm like, nope, I would not be caught dead with my covers looking anything like that.
I also cared about the publisher's name. Even though I submitted to everything, like, keep in mind, I was really expecting the first round to completely flop. I was expecting there to be a second round. And like, for example, I submitted to something called Clean Teen. That was the publisher's name, Clean Teen. And I really, if they had accepted me, I probably would have said no, just so I didn't have to tell people I was published by Clean Teen.
That's fair.
Yeah. Like, that mattered to me. And really, like, I don't know. I just kind of I didn't want to have to invest anything into it up front. I wanted them to approach it like it was their investment. I was not making an investment. And they approached it like it was their investment. And so that was when I knew, like, you know, okay, I'll go forward with this.
Yeah, no, I think that's important when we talk about traditional publishing, that, you know, the legit traditional model is that whether with an agent or without an agent, is that they, after you've submitted, they send you a proposal to buy, and that's essentially what's happening, is they're buying the rights, you know, to the book, and then, you know, you're left with whatever that percentage is for the royalties of ownership, which I'm assuming, Verity, is why, like, they didn't be like, hey, by the way, we're making an audiobook, is because they own like the other like 85%.
Yeah, they have the rights to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're making an audiobook of mine too, but I retained the movie rights.
Nice.
I think that's why authors get so rich, because the movie rights are bought directly from them.
Yeah. Yeah, I have film rights as well with mine.
Okay, that makes sense.
Like J.K. Rowling and Suzanne Collins and stuff, the movie would have been bought directly from them, so they would have gotten all the movie money. Like, I think that's probably why they got so much money, you know.
Sure. Yeah, no, and that makes sense. And I appreciate you guys' insights, because like, you know, while you know, over the last 14 years of me writing, I've done so much research on traditional publishing, the time it takes to do that, the querying, you know, all of that kind of entails, you know, agents and publishers and stuff. The fact that you guys found two really good publishers, you know, that gave you a better royalty, B, invested in your book, you know, and they're like, yeah, we want to take this seriously, I think is a really good example for any authors out there watching this either now or in the future, of like, if you want to go a traditional publishing route, it's a lot of hard work. You got to put
It's
a lot
exhausting.
of right.
Yeah.
With the querying, you know, all that.
The querying is the nightmare, because they all want something different.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. There's no
so
uniform.
You can't just uniform your manuscript and uniform your cover letter. It's different for every single one.
Yeah, and that would have drove me absolutely batty.
I did my manuscript 32 different ways.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, that would have driven me up a wall, and probably
it drove me up a wall. That's why I could only submit to like 15 agents. I was so overwhelmed with the details.
Yeah, I can imagine. But like the importance of, you know, you got to make sure that you're diligent with the querying. Like, I know Cheyenne, even though she wasn't able to be here, I'm planning a future stream with her talking about the querying process, because she did it for like 6 months.
Oh yeah.
And that to me just sounds like a form of purgatory.
I know I'm like friends with Shy as well, and I know it was really rough on her, because she's doing a whole lot at once there.
Yeah, so much. And so for you guys to be able to come in and, you know, kind of help give some insights onto, you know, what was important for you in a contract, you know, kind of what the process for querying can be. You know, sometimes it just happens, you know, and it lines up and you get it. Now, Melissa, I didn't notice it, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't have an agent?
No, I want one in the future. But for this series, which wraps up this August, I did not have one. No.
Okay, and so by this August, are you talking about 2021 or it wrapped up? Okay, very
it
cool.
will wrap up in August with the final one, and then after that, for future projects, I'd like to try to get it agented. But this one was what they call unsolicited.
Gotcha.
Yep. That was the same with mine. Neither of us had an agent for our books. We submitted to smaller presses, which typically will not require an agent because they don't get as high a number of submissions. They're a smaller deal.
Okay, so the agent is more kind of bumps you up.
The agent gets you bigger publishers, and that's why I want one.
Yeah, they're like they're a go-between, because it's like just another layer of separation for those big publishers who get all those submissions, and some of them will be trashy and some of them will be less trashy.
Speaks for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I've heard through a lot of the research, is that the importance of an agent, particularly if you're going after a bigger publishing house, is that that way you don't get royally screwed over, because, you know, the bigger houses, they're going to take more. They're they're bigger, so they can kind of demand
They
that.
will, yeah, and the agent will know the legal stuff as well. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't want to. That's why I like NDP. Their legal contract is a single PDF page. It's easy for the layman to understand. I was like, yes.
I think that was another thing that I was looking for in my contract was what are we going to do about legal disputes? Like just if we get in a disagreement, how will we solve the problem? And if we decide to break contract, what kind of things what kind of stipulations do they have for being able to break contracts?
Sure. Yeah. No,
Is my
and
my camera going out?
No.
Okay. It looked like it was going out for me.
Yeah, no, and that the legal aspect of it would be incredibly important, and I don't think a lot of authors take that into consideration. You know, I think one of the biggest things that an author can do, whether traditionally publishing, hybrid publishing, straight self-publishing, is to treat it like a business. They have to be a business owner making business decisions, and they happen to be an author. Yeah.
And if a publisher, go ahead.
Oh, I was just agreeing with Steven, and it's not the most fun part of the process being a business. It's really not, but you gotta have that mindset, at least in part, and take into account the legal stuff and all that. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Melissa.
If a publisher is an LLC, I know an LLC, like they're protected from some lawsuits. So, because it stands for Limited Liability Corporation.
Yes.
So I knew that I wasn't really gonna legal stuff. Like, given the fact that I just called it legal stuff, I mean that's not really like the forefront in my mind. But I did know I didn't want to publish with an LLC just because I didn't know what like legal liability corporation entailed with that. And there are some that are LLCs.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to make, is to understand what kind of publisher or what kind of company setup a publisher has, so that way you have a better idea of what the possible legal ramifications could be if one of you breaks contracts, all that kind of stuff, which particularly if you're going for the bigger publishers, that's where the agent can really come in handy because they're versed in that, and they can make it a lot easier to understand because like, oh yeah, that's what this means. They're your advocate.
Definitely.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much or ladies, for for joining me on the stream and talking about kind of the traditional publishing model that you guys have been having success with. You know, Verity with your second book, Melissa, your second book is out too, correct?
Yep. That's the third one comes out on the 21st of August.
Okay, so 21st of August, and I've got the links to one of their books each down below, and also a link to Melissa's publisher. Verity, I didn't remember what your publisher's name was.
Ambassador International is the name of my publisher. So if anybody wants to look them up, it's just ambassadorinternational.com.
Awesome. Yeah, and they will take unsolicited manuscripts.
They do take unsolicited, and they are a Christian publisher, so that's what they are publishing is Christian fiction and nonfiction, and cookbooks too, apparently.
Christian cookbooks.
they have like this really nice looking Irish cookbook with a bunch of cool Irish recipes or something. I keep seeing it. They're posting about it on their marketing page. Anyway,
I'm curious if anybody if they have a recipe in there for turning water into wine. That would help me a lot. Just saying. Anyway, well, actually, I don't drink wine. I do hard cider, but
it's nasty. Wine is disgusting.
It is. Yeah, I can't. It all tastes exactly the same. But
yes, I hate that fermented taste. It's so gross.
Yeah. Oh man. Thank you so much for being on here and celebrating,
You're
the
welcome.
launch of the
And
City of Stone
yeah,
Stars.
thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Steven.
So glad that you were both able to make it, and I will see you guys on Discord probably later.
Bye.
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 All right. So happy to get to connect with them and talk about it. I've known Verity, I think about as long as Melissa. I think I've interacted on Wattpad more with Verity because she was reading all of the angsty feels that I would write. Yeah. So now, next up, this is the final set of special guests, which I'm super excited to introduce you to. So Bridget was the one of my last students that I worked with. Her book, just in terms of world building, in my opinion, rivals Skyrim. And if it's not turned into a video game at some point, I will riot and fight somebody on that in order to make it so. And then Kristy was our beloved editor, whose mind we weighed down with the sheer weight of both worlds that we had in combination with just together. I mean, it was so much. I don't know how Kristy managed, but I'm gonna bring them on here. And we got Bridget and Kristy.
Hi, Steven. Hi, Kristy.
I am so happy to have you guys here and to hang out. So I have questions. We're going to be talking about world building, which is one of my favorite subjects. And as Kristy well knows. But first, why don't you guys introduce yourselves, introduce your books, and then we'll dive in into the question. Bridget, why don't we go ahead and start with you?
Sure. Thank you, Steven. That was quite the introduction. I don't know what else there is to say. My name is Bridget. I just published my first book. It's a fantasy novel called Summer Twilight. In a sentence, it's about a stubborn princess and a snarky spy who get caught up in a conspiracy much bigger than either of them. And it's sort of been my baby for a long time. So it's been really exciting to have it out there in the world and to have Steven and Kristy's help shepherding it where it needed to go.
It was a great book to read. I was happy to do it.
Thank you.
I don't know, Steven. Which book am I talking about?
Maiden's Peak. That's the one that I linked to.
Maiden's Peak. Maiden's Peak is basically a paranormal mystery / urban fantasy that involves this supremely unstable man who has prophetic dreams and his best friend who is a telekinetic psychic who constantly tries to keep him from going off the deep end. And that's pretty much the story without telling you anything about it.
That's a fantastic premise.
Well,
yeah.
World building.
So to give everybody watching some context, I had Bridget in the cohort through Creator Institute. And when she first came to me, she's like, hey, I have 120,000 words ready to go. And I was like, oh, that's a problem.
Steven was really nice about it, but seemed very overwhelmed.
Yeah. I mean, like I had worked with somebody who had done they came to me with 250,000 words. So I wasn't too concerned. But like, as far as like NDP goes, like to publish, error on the side of lower than 120,000 words, mainly just for the size of the book that it would equate out to be. But you broke your story up into 5 parts originally when you were writing the whole thing. And then when I was like, hey, so we kind of have to aim for anywhere between 70 and 80,000 words. Can you just make it into 5 books? And if you've already got the vast majority of it written, I mean, it makes it easy to just kind of pump those suckers out. But you did so much work. I don't know how you even functioned doing the massive amount of rewriting that you did. And I mean, I was catching up the entire cohort just to finish it. But the world, what I loved about your world is that it has that classic high fantasy feel to it, where you're mentioning little places here, little places there, and it just makes the world feel so much bigger than what we get to see. And there's freaking continents with pirates and spies and assassins and this overarching empire. I mean, it was amazing to see just the breadth that world had. What was your favorite part about creating the world?
Oh my gosh. All of it. I think the thing that gets me about world building, and the reason I love it so much, is it reminds me of being little again. Like, when you were younger and you like read that book or watched that movie, and then all you wanted to do was play pretend that you were in that movie or in that book. Like, I remember for me watching like Spy Kids and then spending the next 3 weeks running around pretending I was a spy kid. I mean, let's be real, I am a spy kid, but but I loved that. I loved feeling immersed in the world and feeling like I knew enough about it that it felt like real, like I could imagine myself there. It wasn't just like, oh yes, there's a beautiful castle on the hill. And so that was something I wanted to emulate. I have a background in video games and in playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I love that those worlds are interactive and they change as the characters change, and they're not just a backdrop, they're an actual, like they're part of the story. And so I really wanted to emulate that. Yeah, and that definitely comes through in the writing, even though I know Kristy had to pull some extra details from you, like what color is the tree bark, and stuff like that. Important stuff. Yes. Kristy, for you, what is kind of your favorite part about, kind of the world building process?
Once you get past those top layers of what the world looks like, delving into what makes that world tick, like the systems within the world that actually make it a world. Once you start doing that, it starts informing your story, and it can basically write your story for you, because it sets out the motivations, the obstacles as you go through, and all you need is that. And people in fantasy often neglect to do their like magic systems, and you have to have that set up. You have to know how this stuff works, because I need to know how it works, or I can't get into it. Yeah, exactly. Because it pulls the reader out of the story, and then you break their suspension of disbelief. I think that like Deus Ex Machina of like, I'll wave a wand and magic will fix this problem and it will get my hero out of any catastrophe. Like, that would be super great and awesome. But as a reader, you're like, well, hang on, like, what am I supposed to do without magic? Like, how would I do that? Yeah. And one of the premises that I had for my book with Trinia and her ability to create duplicates, perfect duplicates of herself, was the magic system is actually what breaks everything. It's just like, oh shoot, now we have to try and fix it, but we don't know how. I mean, I do, because I spent way more time than I ever thought that I was going to fix the world building issues, because everyone's like, where is it? And I was like, oh shoot. And Kristy, you were the brunt end of both of our stuff as far as world building and stuff goes. So I'm super curious to hear your thoughts on like what the world building was like from your perspective for both Bridget's book and my book. Oh gosh, I don't know if I'm ready for this. we put you through a lot. It wasn't that bad. Bridget's actually, she didn't need as much as yours did, Stephen. Looking at you.
I'm in trouble.
No, Bridget had a great amount of detail. In some cases, she almost had too much detail. It's like I'm drowning in the details. So I didn't know what was an important detail and what was just there, But but the thing is that Bridget did like the world and its systems like really, really well.
Yeah.
And you knew how that world worked. She established it very quickly. She set it down. There was perimeters. I knew where I was going. I knew how the characters were going to behave. And it sets up the precedence of every time they don't behave the way you think they do, you're like, oh, wait, there's a reason that they behave that way. So it really can inform the story. And she did a terrific job on that. She does hate physical details, though.
I don't like describing my characters at all. I think in every chapter, Kristy was like, you got to give me like a hair color or an eye color, or like, are they tall? Like, give me something.
Yeah, one distinguishing feature. That's all I'm asking. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just shadow people.
I give you so much about the landscape. That's what I want you focused on.
Yeah, the landscape was beautiful in my mind. I could see it very clearly. But the people, cardboard cutouts.
I think it got shook out in the end, but it took a while.
It did.
Yeah, your landscape descriptions are like a Bob Ross painting. Like you got some happy little clouds, some happy little assassins, in the distance. It's just like it's just breathtaking. Like the scope of the way that you describe the whole kingdom is just absolutely fantastic.
I think something you guys can probably relate to is like, I like writing about places I really want to be. Mm-hmm. And like, if the world isn't how I want it, like, I don't know, in 2020 world, maybe not exactly how we all want it. Being able to pick up my laptop or close my eyes and like go to this idyllic land where there are flowers and festivals and feasts and it's wonderful. Like, I'm sure that's something as authors, you guys can really, really relate to.
Oh yeah. Writing is the greatest escape. But Stephen did characters really, really well. As far as like, you don't think of characters much in the realm of world building, but you have to establish them. And he was really good at establishing them. And he gave me too much with the broad world to begin with. And I was like, I have no idea where I am. I don't know.
It's too much. Make it stop.
Too much. But yeah, But he did take direction really well, and he corrected a lot. And there honestly wasn't that much. You did a really good job of establishing, especially like moving through the world. And at times there was almost too much of that, but we sorted it out. I think you guys did really well as far as establishing the governments, establishing the customs, which often is overlooked. Like the little tiny things, they're just completely overlooked. And that's part of world building, is not just what the world looks like, it's how it moves, how people move through it. And if you can't invite your characters and your readers to both walk through the world, then you're not world building. You can't just hold them at arm's distance.
Yeah.
I love that. Can I get that like framed and put on my wall?
For real. Like, where do we buy that and put it up somewhere?
I sell it. They're $22.99.
If there's 3 easy payments, I'm in.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree. One of my things with world building when I'm talking with people about it is that it's 98% the small things that make the world work, and then it's 2% the what I call the BAST, which is big ass shiny things. Mm-hmm. Like that's the other 2%. That's that world that you're just like, wow, this is amazing. Now, how does it work? And because that has to be consistent throughout the rest of your series, or if you're doing just a standalone novel, it has to be consistent throughout that novel, but particularly and even more importantly, throughout a series, it has to be consistent, because if you start breaking rules in book 2 that you established in book 1, you're going to have very unhappy people commenting and be like, what the frick is this? Why did it happen?
Yeah. And I mean, that's true in writing. That's true in movie making. That's true in like playing Dungeons and Dragons or whatever it is. Like consistency, we as humans crave it. And so as soon as you break that consistency, especially those of you like me who are like type A, it's really subtle. You hyper fixate on it, and you're like, oh my gosh, did I miss something? And it's like, no, the author just didn't know what they were doing. So the more you can have that consistency, the better.
Yeah.
And the consistency also plays into the timeline. So that way you can show the world changing. If you're over a series, you can show that the world is changing. The people are adjusting. The customs are changing. So
yeah. And the timeline, that was one of the hardest parts of world building my book, because I pantsed it the entire first draft and the second draft. And for the most part, the first 10 chapters. Yeah. That consistent, like I actually had to boil it down. Like I had to go back through and read, like, how many days does this actually take place over? Because I apparently skipped 2 whole months in my second draft. And I was like, where did October and November go? How did we get
where were we?
Traveling. That is, I think, one of the big things that people miss in world building is the travel time. The agonizing lengths that I went through to get the appropriate travel time, because I knew Kristy was going to nail me for it if I didn't do it right.
Maybe.
Like you would have. I course corrected sooner before you got before it happened. But yeah, like going through and trying to figure out, okay, just obnoxious Google searches. Like, how far can a horse travel with water? Yeah. How far can a person walk in a day over rugged landscape? And if they're wounded, hint, hint. But like, like, how does this all work? And then I was like,
people don't eat either. They don't eat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they don't eat. They don't go to the bathroom. They just go. Yep. They just start walking and they don't stop until they get there.
Must be super nice to be able to just do that.
Right. Yeah. We get so much more done throughout our day. If you guys had something like, or do you guys have something that has helped you either with the world building consistency, or has made it easier for you to do the world building for your worlds? If so, what would that be that you can kind of pass on to the people that are watching and will be watching later?
Well, I have 4 rules of world building if you guys want those.
Yeah, sure. You didn't tell me about that when you were working with me.
Thanks, Kristy. Really helpful.
I was there. I was the rule. But,
okay, that's true.
But 1, what does the world look like? First, foundational rule. And that changes, depending on what kind of genre you're going to be doing. Some of them need more. 2, who are the inhabitants of that world? 3, what are the customs of that world? Like the rules of society, how does society function? That is religions, governments, just plain social customs. And then the last thing that people forget to layer in sometimes they do a little too much of it, is what's the history of the world? What's their lore? And if you have those 4 things, you've got a well-rounded world. That's really all you need.
Yeah, I agree. I would say on the practical side, because I don't think anything I could say about world building would be as helpful as that just was. That was really concise. I have everything of mine organized in Google Drive. And I would say start with what you're excited about. So my background is in geography. I make maps for fun. It's a weird hobby. I get that. But so I was really excited, and I knew that I had to figure out what this world looked like. And so that was where I started. I drew a map. And then as I was drawing the map, I was like, like, what is this northern nation? What's let's think more about that. And it sort of flows once you find your like starting point. And my Google Drive, I have a folder for like geography, and I wrote little like Wikipedia articles on my different nations. And I have a folder for different characters. I know, Steven, stop judging me. But that's because then when you're writing, you can go back and be like, oh, like what was that one event that happened in this time that everybody would know about, but I don't know about it because I made it up, but I wrote it down somewhere, right? You can go and find that really easily.
Yeah, he can't say anything. He does campfire and everything else and has it all lined out.
Yeah, no, I did a stupid amount of reworking that timeline. I mean, I whipped up the first like 8,000 years of world history in like 4 days before the live stream in the group of like, hey, we want to know the world history? And then everybody voted for it. I was like, oh, shoot. I don't actually know what that is.
That option.
Yeah. Who wrote that down? Stupid me. Gosh. Yeah, then I had to sit down and whip out that and the slides like 4 days before the live stream.
Yeah.
That was fun.
The map is a really good one though, because some people are just naturally more visual, and you can really help prompt you to move through and figure out the world. So yeah,
and you can do it like you can just pen to paper. Like I started and I just like drew a squiggle, and I was like, one side's land, the other side's water. Like let's start there, and then you're like, oh no, I want this by the sea, so there has to be like a peninsula here, or wouldn't it be cool if there was an island here? And you just sort of mess around with it till it starts to look the way it was in your head, even though you couldn't articulate it.
Yeah, and the geography, even in like reality, geography tends to inform how communities are set up and how they're governed. So it's really easy to move into world building. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, when I started doing world building, and particularly when I started like working with fiction authors about that, I broke it down into the 4 C's, which was creatures, cultures, conflict, and creation. And so talking about, like what's the conflict? Well, there's the global conflict, then there's the national conflict, and then there's the personal conflict. And then cultures, like what do they believe? Then there was creation, the types of flora, fauna. What do people see around them? And then obviously creatures, because, I love fantasy creatures. And mine all ended up like dark fantasy creatures for mine, like creepy bugs and 3-headed lizard monsters. With
the number of things when I was reading your draft as a beta reader that you would drop this like fascinating word, and you were like, it was terrifying, and I was like, but what is it?
Yeah, there was like no descriptions in the second draft for it. Yeah, there was nothing in the second draft, which is why I was for those everybody watching, when I mentioned I sent it to 3 beta readers, Bridget was one of my betas. And I
had to get him back for reading mine.
she nailed me so many times on stuff that I would call her out on. She's like, why do you get to do this and I don't? I'm like, because you do as I say, not as I do. I did it wrong. That's why yeah. But it was because Bridget went through and was just asking questions about things that I started being able to put the pieces together of like, oh man, I'm really missing a lot of my world building elements. And I need to actually apply more world building than I thought I was doing the second time around. And particularly the last half of draft 2 was a rush to get it finished to submit, and so I was just like, world building, we'll deal with that later. So yeah, Kristy, you went through so much, because I know that particularly like Bridget dumped her entire book on you, like from the opening, and then from like the final 3 weeks, I dumped 60,000 words on you towards the end.
Yeah, that was a bad 24 hours. That last 24 hours.
We evened it out pretty well, though. I feel like I got it all out of the way at the beginning to clear the way for Steven at the end.
Yeah. I got the tail end of Kristy's sanity at the end, at the end of everything. Oh
Yeah.
that was
Crying
intense.
emojis.
Yeah, because like she'd be editing one, and then I'd post another one. She's like, "Are we racing?" I'm like, "Only to the end."
Yeah, I think Kristy messaged me a couple times. She was like, "Yes, I know you're submitting more chapters." It's like, you told me to tag you in every one.
Yeah, it was such a great experience, and really, as far as my book goes, I am indebted to both of you for, Bridget, you were able to really kind of point out some of those larger issues within the world, and then Kristy, you really got kind of the minutia details that, just at times I hadn't even thought about or realized that I had missed, when you're like, hey, Trinia puts the sword back in the sheath, but you never said that it was in the sheath to begin with. That's that little consistency piece that, really I feel rounded out everything, as far as the world building goes, because it was that big scale and then kind of cleaning up those smaller ones. And then Bridget, it was just getting you to not tell us the entire backstory of the.
I want to share all my Google Docs with you guys. I like all of them in one book.
You need to like create a place on your website that literally is just like just the Wikipedia page, the Wikipedia equivalent.
It's pretty thorough. I've got character profiles. I've got details about the different regions of the world. Everything that you were like, you can't fit this in. I was like, fine, I'll still share it with everyone.
Yeah. You can just see you putting on like your Infinity Gauntlet, like, I'll do it myself.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate both of you so much, and for taking the time to help me with my book, to celebrate with me and to talk with me about my favorite subject, as far as world building goes. And I know that a lot of other people are going to get a lot out of it, because world building can be super intimidating when you start really going full token with it. And I didn't create a full-on language. I wasn't that committed or prepared.
Not yet.
That's true. There's still, 11 more books left for me to be able to do that. I'm sure Kristy is so excited for me to show up and do that and drop it on her. I was like, how do you pronounce this again? Is this a swear word?
No. Suddenly going to develop their own language and culture and start talking.
But yeah, I just appreciate you guys so much. For those who are watching, Bridget's book is out. It was just published with New Degree Press. The ebook is currently on sale for 99 cents. So make sure you go and grab that. If you are the person who like grew up reading Tolkien, you are a fan of Dungeons and Dragons, or you're a fan of Skyrim and just massive worlds with intricate details, or just a fan of high fantasy in general, you need to pick up Bridget's book. I will find you and then give it one to you myself. And then Kristy's book is also down in the link, or in the notes. Paranormal urban fantasy with a deranged mad prophet, like that gets me excited. So if you guys like that, make sure to go down and help support her as well. Guys, thank you so much for being here, and I'll look forward to talking with you again very soon.
Okay. Congratulations to both of y'all for publishing.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
celebration. You. Congrats, Stephen. You rock.
Yeah.
And have fun with your launch event for like this whole weekend, because you got one coming up here in a couple hours.
Yeah,
right?
I'm actually going to be talking more specifically about my world at 7:15. So I'm East Coast, so in about 45 minutes, which I'm really excited for. And then throughout the weekend, I did not have the stamina to do what are you doing, 5-hour live stream?
Yeah,
I
5-hour
was
live
like, I
stream.
need to hydrate. Like, I can't do that. But yeah.
Yep, still going strong.
I'm impressed.
Comment down below with the link to your event, so that way people can find it. If you guys want to talk more about world building and learn more about Bridget's world, comment that link down in, and it should show up while we're still going live. So
yeah,
make
I
sure
will
to do
drop
that.
the link for you guys.
Awesome. All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you
We'll see
guys.
you
Happy
later.
holidays.
Bye. All right. So now we come to that portion of the segment where so I had posted way later than I really should have the link to invite people on to talk with me live and ask me questions. I had 3 people. One had a family emergency. The other one had another thing come up, but I do still have one that has shown up, and she is waiting. And so I'm super excited to talk with her. I'm going to bring her up now. Hey. Oh, you're on mute. There we go.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. I didn't realize that both of them aren't able to join me, so it's just going to be me.
Yeah, so you get more time to ask more questions. So like you really can't go wrong.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, and then obviously, like if people stop being so shy in the comments, I'll be taking questions from them as well. But you won, so you get to dive in with questions. Now, if I remember correctly, you've also won a signed copy.
Yes,
right?
I did. I was a part of the book fest first, and I apparently won a bazillion books, and then
So many books.
I know. And then I just submitted a bunch of entries, I guess, by commenting on all the posts for the the winter book giveaway for 15 books total. One of them's an ebook, which was one of Angela's.
Okay.
And that's where I won your book, which I am super excited to read when the paperback copies come out. And so I'm super excited to read it. So, yay.
Yeah. Hopefully those will be getting to me sometime next week. The era in which we currently live has delayed things significantly.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I heard.
Yeah, it's great. Nothing like anxiously awaiting the paperback copies and then shipping them all out. So
Totally.
what questions can I answer for you?
Okay, so I have a couple that I wrote out because, well, the first one's because I came late and I realized, oh, dang, I would have had this question answered if I started watching earlier. But what is the difference between all different forms of publishing? Because I keep seeing, there's traditional publishing, self-publishing, and then I think I heard a third version of it. And I wanted to know what the difference was between those 3 different types, or more if there's more, and then what would be recommended for a first-time author like I'm trying to be.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I'll start with the first and most well-known one, which is traditional publishing. So traditional publishing, if you're going for a just assuming like one of the big 5 publishers, right? The first process is you get an agent. But in order to get an agent, you have to query. And that can, take to somebody's retirement. Like it takes so long. On average, you're looking at anywhere between 6 to 12 months for landing an agent if you're going for a bigger one. And the unfortunate part is that kind of like editors, there's no one size fits all template for submission. So you have to do constant little tweaks and edits to fit whatever that person's tastes are.
Okay. Yeah, I heard, was it 2 sessions ago? As in she said she had to edit it 31 or 32 different times for the ones that she was trying to send them to.
Yeah, and so there's that aspect of it. Now, if you get your agent, then it begins the process of submitting to the publishers that you would like or that they recommend. And again, each publisher is going to have its own tastes, its own requirements. That can, and again, it's kind of a fluctuating average. But the last one that I've heard of is kind of another 6 to 12 months to land a publisher. Then once that process happens, you start the process of publishing, of getting it edited, cover design, marketing, for your book, all that kind of stuff. Depending on the size of the publisher and how many books that they're publishing, it could be anywhere from 12 months to a year and a half before your book is actually published.
Okay.
Now, in Verity and Melissa's case, they got with a smaller publisher, so there probably was not as many books going out, and so it was able to get a quick rollout on those. That's not the case for everyone. Okay. So that's kind of what it looks like on average for traditional publishing. Now, self-publishing is exactly what it sounds like. And if you're in any sort of author or Facebook group or writing support group or whatever, they will tell you, well, you can just publish for free, which is true. You can, but that doesn't mean that it's the right way to go for your book.
Yeah.
Because what we see happen is that self-publishing has a huge stigma on it because it's almost always done poorly. People will rush it. They won't edit their book. They won't go through multiple revisions of their book. They won't get a proofreader or developmental editor or a copy editor for their book. They're my Aunt Betsy, she does Microsoft Paint, and Uncle Earl, he does better grammar. And then they call it good. And yeah, and so then you get things like Dave the Bigfoot guy and his book, which I think it's like him half naked walking through a forest, and thank God the title is over him. But there's books like that out there, and it's so horrendously bad that some people, they just have to buy it. So like if you're looking at self-publishing, if you're looking at the high end of self-publishing, depending on all of the things that you want to do, you could expect to spend up to $5,000 on editors, graphic design, copy editors, the whole, and including getting prints ordered for your book. I don't think a lot of people take that in consideration. I certainly hadn't taken that into consideration. I ordered my author copies through Ingram, which they're a little bit more expensive than Amazon, by about 50 cents for my book. And it was $1,100 for 160 books. And so that's how many books that I had to order, plus my author copies. I got reimbursed for it. I didn't even have to pay out of pocket because I fundraised it, which I'll get into. Now on the lower end, you can find, you could be thrifty, and you can find editors that will in some cases combine edits, which I don't always recommend. Developmental edits is the big picture look at your book, and it should always be done separate from everything else. Like I would not do a combo package with a developmental edit and a copy and line edit. I would do developmental edit for one editor and copy and line edit for another. If there's any two that I would combine personally, it would be the copy and line edit, because it's looking at the syntax, the grammar, the structure, that kind of stuff. That costs less than a developmental edit does. For a decent developmental editor, for let's say an 80,000 word novel, you're going to look at anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000. And they're going to go in depth and pick apart the pace, the flow, the characters, the arcs, the plot, all of it. And as a developmental editor, that's roughly around what I would charge for a book of that size. And then I'm leaving comments almost line by line, depending on where I see the structural issues. So cover designers, I wouldn't go with Fiverr. I have a love-hate relationship with Fiverr. It's a great way to get started. But most of the people who've gotten stuff from Fiverr, not worth it. I also would not get templates because they all are the copy paste of the exact same thing. And they look, in my opinion, awful and cheesy. And they all look the same. If you want your book to stand out, do like what I did. Like I told my editor or my layout or cover designer 5 hours in or 3.5 hours in, my brain's just like, I was like, I want it illustrated. And and here's the books that I'm kind of basing it off of. In my case, I took inspiration from Adrian Young's Sky in the Deep. It has the character. Do I have that anywhere? Nope. Nowhere helpful. So it has the character. Her face is kind of half shaded. There's mystery, but it's character driven. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that's what I want. That's what my book is about. So taking time to really be diligent about like, what's my book and what is my cover going to say about the book? Then finding somebody worth their salt to design the book, which is going to cost more, probably around $500 or so, if you want a good quality one. So that's kind of what those two look like. Now, the way that I went was hybrid publishing. A lot of people have accused me of like, that's a vanity press. I'm like, it's not a vanity press. So the way that New Degree works is that they help you crowdsource the funds needed to cover the expense of everything that I just mentioned with self-publishing. And you get to retain 100% of the rights. Okay. That's their business model. And so what they do is they get you set up on Indiegogo. They add perk tiers that you can get. And many of the readers or many of the people on here are backers. And many of the people who are in the City of Snow and Stars community are backers. So they got early access to my book. They got to beta read the book. They got to see the first chapter, the note from the author first. They got special videos. They got special updates. They got to meet the characters with the character profiles and stuff that I created. So they got to invest not only in the book itself, get signed copies. For all y'all watching, the maps shipped today. So happy. Yeah. Full color map of the entire world, not just the map that is in the book, which is only one of the continents. The world is massive. It's encompassing 12 books total. Why I do this to myself, I have no idea. But that aside, that is the route that I decided to go. I paid a deposit up front that had I reached the second tier of fundraising, which is $6,000, it would have been refunded to me because they've covered their cost. I raised $5,000. That gets me my paperback and my ebook. And I was like, so what? I'm out. You know, for me, it was $300 because they knew me. I had been freelancing with them as a developmental editor. For everybody coming in, I believe it's around $500. So it's a $500 initial deposit. That gets you your campaign set up, your book trailer, the graphic designs for it. I mean, the copious amounts of templates to help set you up for promoting your book. Then you fundraise the funds needed. So 5,000, 6,000, 8,000. 5,000 paperback ebook. 6,000 those two plus hardback. 8,000 everything else plus audiobook. And you get to narrate your book. Now, I didn't hit that. I just got to the 5,000. Carly, who was on earlier today, she surpassed the 8,000. So everything beyond that, minus whatever fee Indiegogo has, she profits straight profit. Doesn't go to the press, it goes straight to her. So there's a lot of benefits that I saw having worked for NDP as an editor, and I watched my other students go through, and I was like, I want to do that with my book. And it's not right for everybody, but the level of editing and cover design and all of that kind of stuff, to have been walked through that process. I've been on podcasts. I've done podcast interviews. I've been writing articles. I have articles planned. They help you figure out how to publish like a second-time author would publish, taking all the things that you wish you would have known, and then applying it to your first book to make it more successful. So that's NDP's model. That's not every hybrid's model. Some hybrids, they will require you pay much more upfront, and they still retain some of the rights to the book. I own my book. 100% of the book, 100% of the royalties come to me, which is great because right now with the book at 99 cents, I'm only making 33 cents off of it. So, so I got enough to buy me a pack of gum at the dollar store. Whoa. Yeah. So those are kind of the three things of publishing. Now, I do have another video with the head developmental editor of New Degree Press, Shonda Lane. I did an interview with her earlier this year where she actually talks about the differences between those and a vanity press, and why there is a good reason to use a vanity press at times. And so that's on my channel. If you want to know more about kind of how a vanity press can work, I would definitely check out that video.
Definitely will. Yes, definitely will look that up. And you said it was NDP was the one that you went through for the hybrid publishing, or is that just a general term? Okay.
It's a New Degree Press.
Okay.
Is the full. And cool. The link for that is under Brian Bees's name down below in the notes.
All right. Okay. Wrote it down.
All right. What other questions? What you got?
Okay. So, the current trouble I have with the novel I'm attempting to write is not necessarily the writing, but just like right now I have no name for it. And I was just curious, like, how do you come up with the book title? Like, just in general, like, I know there are different ways to come up with book titles, whether it's like something that's literally said in the book, like in Angela Watts's case, like it's mentioned here and there in certain sections of it. So maybe that's something I could do, but I haven't read your book yet, but I was curious about the title of your book and how you came up with it.
Yeah. So I think I mentioned that at the very beginning of the stream. It was one of those stupid Facebook things where you take the first letter of your first name and the first letter of your last name and then insert it into whatever written thing that they have. And so my first name, Stephen, was Snow. And then my last name, Howard, is Stars. And it was the city of blank and blank. And so I got the city of Snow and Stars. And I was just like, that is an amazing title. And I should claim it for mine. And now I did have to go and double check to see if the title was already in use. So because we have the city of Embers, there's the city of Stone, Stone something. But there are other books out there, but there was nothing like the city of Snow and Stars. There's the city of Snow, but I looked at that, and so when people search for it, when I become like rich and famous and stuff, my book is easily searchable. Nobody else's book is going to come up if they put in the city of Snow and Stars, just mine. You might have other books that have a similar city theme, but mine will be the only one that shows up. Now, if you look up Natalie Sanchez's book, she was one of my first guests, along with Jen Hale. her book, The Language of Loss, if you look up The Language of Loss, there's actually another book titled that, but it has a different subtitle to it. And so there are ways to kind of fudge the system as far as that goes. So there are different ways to kind of go about getting a title. What people will find out, and Melissa, who was on the on earlier for the traditional publishing, she just read my book, and so she might know. But the second book that I'm already working on is The City of Stone and Sorrow. There's actually a reference to that in this book.
Okay.
From one of the characters' perspectives. And so I put it in there as an Easter egg for people, for when book 2 comes out, they're going to point back to him and go like, oh,
I love Easter eggs.
So yeah, that's kind of how I decided to do that. And I ended up, for book 2 and book 3, still working on book 3's title, I decided to go with kind of the S and S on there. So The City of Snow and Stars, The City of Stone and Sorrow, The City of, and then they'll have a very similar theme there. That kind
keeping
of
it consistent.
Yes, keeping it consistent for my sanity.
Yes. Well, that's really cool. It's funny how you got the title of your book from just a weird, stupid Facebook little fill in the blank. That's cool. Okay. So let's see. What I know I have one more written down here. Let me see. I was doodling, so I'm looking through. Okay. So what are some tips you have for some first-time authors or aspiring authors when it comes to writing a book? And I don't know how else to broaden that, but just like tips for first-time authors.
So for first-time authors, the most important thing is having a writing process. Number one, you have to get into a writing process. You have to find your own writing rhythm. Now, it's going to look different for each and every person. But for example, what I did was I took my experience with doing NaNoWriMo, and then my time on Wattpad, and I kind of combined the two. And so on Wattpad, the maximum that they recommend per chapter, because it's a bunch of angsty teenagers with an attention span of a goldfish, is 2,500 words max recommendation. Nano is 1,666 words minimum. So I took that and used that as a spectrum for when I was writing my first draft. I would write chapters a minimum of 1,500 words with a maximum word count of 2,500 words. Because I also want to create a bingeable book. Melissa can attest to this. She got through the book in 5 days and she's still reeling from the angsty feels.
Oof.
And so what it does is that 1,500 words is going to equate out to approximately 7-minute read time. Remember, you got to edit this thing at least once or twice, even with a developmental editor or further editors, because you're going to have to rework things. Mm-hmm. So the less grief you make for yourself, the better. So I would do 1,500 words at a minimum per chapter, and then a maximum of 2,500 words. What that does is at 2,500 words, that equates out to roughly a 10-minute read time for your average reader. And I want bingeable chapters. And so if I can get somebody to read a chapter every 10 minutes, then they're going to cover quite a bit of time or quite a few chapters in the story. So they're going to feel like they're progressing. I'm giving the reader an experience. I'm basically using their own brain against them, because the brain chemistry is like, oh, I completed something. I did something. I feel so good about this. Even if I'm just shredding their feels to pieces, they don't want to stop reading. So that's how I did it. But it was with a writing process. I figured out how many words per hour I wrote, which is approximately between 700 and 800. And then I looked at how many words do I want this book to be in all? 80 for the sake of simple math, because I'm not that good at math. 80,000 words. How many chapters do I roughly estimate there is going to be in the book? 40. So that means I have to average 2,000 words per chapter to get to my 80. Now, it's going to be some that are above. There's going to be chapters that are below. The 2,000 is simply my baseline, and I can go on either side of that. Then if I know how many words per hour I can write on average, especially if I'm having to think through things, which is between 700 and 800. So for every hour I write, I'm pumping out that much, which means to get to 2,000, I'm going to have to write for a good 2.5, maybe 3 hours to get a solid chapter done. But then what it does for me and my brain, if I'm doing this consistently, even if it's one day a week, for 1 hour a week, or just one segment at a time, is my brain is getting all of the happy dopamine feels because it feels like it accomplished something, versus 300 words and then I'm smashing my face into the keyboard because I'm driving myself nuts and I can't do anything. So that is how I established my writing routine. And everybody who I've taught and who has implemented that and found what their number is for writing per hour has been able to finish their first draft in roughly 4 months or less.
Wow. Okay.
And they're not writing every single day, because honestly, ain't nobody got time for that. We're busy. Well, maybe not so much during this season, but in general, we got lives. We're doing stuff, and so to be able to have some form of consistency there that allows us to properly kind of get ready in a mindset, it also keeps our brain in a more idle state of creativity, versus like an engine, you shut it off, it gets cold, and then you have to pick it back up again. You're waiting for the muse to show up, but when she shows up, she's got a new story. And so, that won't work. And so when you're consistently doing it, your brain stays in a more creative space and you start seeing things through a more creative lens, and it makes it easier over time. It takes a solid 3 to 4 weeks to implement. The first 2 weeks are the hardest, and you literally have to put it on a calendar. You have to use whatever calendar system you use. You put your chunk of writing on there, and you put everything on there. If I've done a video on this, I think, but essentially, like, if you look at my calendar, I have the time slots filled up for my entire week. And when I have that writing time, I stick it in there. So what happens is 3 to 4 weeks, if you've planned out that far, writing becomes adapted into your life rather than trying to fit it in every nook and cranny. You've planned ahead, and then you stay ahead, because most people only, on average, are only going to plan out about 2 weeks. And so doing that for a first-time author, it's how my students got through 2 drafts in less than 6 months.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Well, that's definitely helpful. And I will say that during the book fest, I actually got a lot of writing done, because the instant I got home from work, like, I sat down on my computer and I was like writing in between sections when I was refreshing Facebook for all the things that were happening. And then in the next morning, just like, okay, downstairs and let's be at the computer for the book fest. And I wrote like, I don't know. I think I at the end of the week, with the weekend, I think I maxed at like 4.2K, which was impressive because I only had, I think, maybe 1,000 and 1,500 before. So I'm a pretty fast writer and I can crank out some stuff, but it's just like having a consistent schedule now, since I don't have that weekend anymore where I'm constantly at the computer would be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. That when your brain kind of gets into that mode, it makes it so much easier when you do sit down and then you're like, okay, I know exactly what it is that I need to do, how I'm going to do it, all the things, and it's so much easier. And that's why, like, I can be talking with multiple different people about their books. And when I sit down for my writing time, my brain's already in a creative mode. So I can sit down, and sometimes it takes me a little bit to kind of get going, to get the feel for whatever scene I'm doing. But that and allowing a 30-minute buffer before you start writing, you purposefully put in a 30-minute buffer, because what that allows you to do is whatever you were doing, you can transition out of that. You can get the snacks that you're going to realize that you're hungry for. You'll get your drink that you realize that you're thirsty for, like 15 minutes in. Yeah, you get all of the things before you start writing. And then when you sit down, you're not left with any excuse. Your brain doesn't have to drift off on thinking about all of it, because it's like, yep, already did it. Now it's just time to write.
Yeah. Well, thank you. This has been super helpful.
Good. I'm so glad. And I hope you stick around. I'm going to be reading my author's note and hopefully the first chapter of the book if we have time.
Oh, wow. That sounds really awesome. I'll try to stay on for that.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much. And congratulations for winning and being able to come on, and great questions.
Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you later. Bye. All right, guys. So I'm super excited. We're moving into the book reading time, and I am very, very excited to do this. So it's going to be Melissa, to your question, can this be viewed after it isn't live anymore? Yes. It will be up on my channel. I will leave it up on my channel for everyone now and forever to view. My hope is that if the stream recorded for the first 4 hours, which we just passed 4 hours, guys, then I should be able to upload the individual segments after I kind of do some magic and bard-like sorcery on there. So for those of you who have been with me for these full 4 hours, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then I'm going to come back. So go and stretch. I need to stretch my back. And then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to read to you my first my author's note and the first chapter. So make sure that you be back here in about 5 minutes, and I will see you guys then. Okay. So I am back. Okay, so it was 4 minutes. Sue me. All right. First, just because I haven't had a chance to like interact with you guys for a little bit. How have you guys been enjoying the stream? I know not all of you have necessarily been here for the entire time, but I do appreciate everything that you guys have done in supporting on this day. And it's been a blast having everybody come on and talk and kind of share their experiences and all that kind of stuff. Actually, I will address one of the earlier questions that Angela had asked. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay, so Angela had asked, what do you enjoy most about writing fantasy? For me, I grew up reading Lord of the Rings. And so Lord of the Rings for me always held a special place in my heart. And the swords, the weapons, the armor, it just had that medieval feel. And I'm a huge medieval history buff, ancient history in general. And it has that feel. It has that essence of chivalry that I absolutely love. And so that's always kind of what's drawn me to fantasy. The fact that it can be a world that is similar to ours and yet still so different, so foreign. It's just one of the things that's always drawn me to fantasy. So like I read the Chronicles of Narnia, I've read the Lord of the Rings, I've read the Silmarillion. It's where I got a lot of my inspiration for lore building. So that in particular is what I love about fantasy, is that there's always the lore. There's the history of the worlds and stuff like that. That is just, I love that. I just can't get enough of that kind of stuff, which is one of the reasons why I enjoy Bridget's world so much, is because it just oozes lore. I mean, it opens up with a prophecy. So I mean, like, you can't get much better than that. So I love that kind of stuff. Michaela asks, what would be your number one piece of advice for editing in preparation for the publishing process? So as far as editing goes, you need to do a developmental edit. 100% has to be done. Developmental editing is the process of looking at the big picture of things. You have to look at that big picture. You have to look at the characters, the arcs, the pacing, the flow. And if you're not necessarily certain on how some of those things should go, then you want to hire a developmental editor. Now, this is what I'll say. If you are planning to self-publish your book, you absolutely have to have a developmental editor to find those things. Beta readers are not going to do it for you. Critique partners are not going to do it for you. Developmental editors are trained to do that. So that's why you can never replace an editor. If you're going the traditional publishing route, then you can edit as well as you can. You can get a software like Pro Writing Aid or Grammarly. I use a combination of the two, and you can fix a lot of the main grammatical issues, but you're not necessarily going to pick up on some of the bigger pieces. So take your time. That's actually kind of the number one thing, is you have to take your time when you're doing an edit. You should expect to take 6 weeks off from writing. Not everybody's able to do this. but that 6 weeks allows you to distance yourself from the story and from the characters that you are just all in on. You have to have that distance there in order to see more clearly where those issues are. And here's the thing, no book is going to be perfect. I know of at least 3 typos in my book right off the bat as soon as I submitted it to proofreading. And at that point, it was moving on to layout. Can't fix them. Honestly, most people are probably not going to find them. I'm not going to tell you where they are. It'll be like a treasure hunt for you. But I know they're there. And I knew they would be there because your brain gets writing blindness. You can't see the forest through the trees at that point. So take your time. Now, if you're going to do a developmental edit, you can expect that you should be taking anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to really work your way through the plot, scrutinize it. You have to move from creative thinking to analytical thinking in order to really do the best edit that you possibly can. Now, if you're going to go a self-publishing route, you need an editor to do that. Even if you've done a developmental edit yourself, I had a developmental editor look over my book, and I do this. I do editing for a living. Okay, like that's the importance of editing. Editors have editors, therefore you should as well. So hopefully that answered your question. Now we're going to move on to the reading of the author's note, and then if we have a little bit of time left, the first chapter as well. My lovely wife brought me tea, and that is probably the only reason why my throat has lasted these 4+ hours. So let us dive in. I figured out a way to actually get this on the screen for you guys. So that way you're not just staring at me. You can actually read along with me. And I honestly needed it to be on the same screen. I don't have room on my laptop to have like 5 screens up. Okay, so note from the author. Why does God let bad things happen? This is something I've been asked many times, and a question I've asked myself more times than I can count. There are no easy answers to that question, and I would walk away feeling like I had failed the person asking in some way. I didn't have an answer for myself, so how on earth could I speak for someone else's life? Through writing this book, however, God showed me something that answered the question. God is bringing something beautiful from the bad, the ugly, and the trauma. Now, this is not an umbrella answer for all of life's pains. It is simply the answer he gave to my incessant questioning and whining, if I'm being honest. Did I like it? Hell no, I didn't like it. I was hurting. I wanted the pain to stop, and I didn't care about anything else. As a child, I was sexually abused by my grandfather from the time that I was 4 until I was 13. These memories were repressed until the summer of 2016, when they came roaring back to the surface. I relived one of the moments in vivid detail that shook me to my core. It was like being violated all over again, and I was filled with a consuming rage at my innocence having been stripped from me. Truly, I didn't know such hatred could exist. During my teen years, I became addicted to pornography, and it was, looking back, a way to cope with what had been done to me. Porn was how I could regain feeling from the perpetual numbness that settled into my soul, even though with every video I felt myself slip farther into a shame cycle. I had been a believer in Jesus since I was 6, but here I was, trapped in the midst of pain and addiction, unable to escape. No matter how hard I prayed or read my Bible, I would find myself falling deeper into addiction. When I was 18, I sat on the edge of my bed with a pistol, ready to end my life because I thought I didn't have any value. My first girlfriend had dumped me. I was ashamed of my addiction. I felt like there was no way God could love me when I was constantly backsliding to porn. I was empty, broken, and numb. I felt alone in the middle of a crowd. I wasn't, though. To say God rescued me from myself would not be an understatement. In that moment when I was ready to pull the trigger, He stepped in and said, "I have more for you than this." You would think that everything got better, but I had a long way to go. When I sat down in January of 2019 and pounded out 50,000 words in 29 days, I had no idea where this book would take me. Heck, I didn't even have a plot when I started writing it. I just wrote. As Trinia, one of the main characters in the book, took shape, I poured my traumatic past into her to more fully explore what it looks like before someone breaks from the weight of it all. More than that, I wrote her for all those who, like me, have dealt with the shame of sexual abuse, feeling dirty, unwanted, unloved, and alone in their silence. Trinia is meant to show what happens when you don't heal, when you stuff it down, hide it, or hold on to the hate that is so justly held against your abuser. I wrote her to show how that same hate hollows you out inside until there's nothing left. That's not even touching on all the issues Udar has. Good grief, that guy has issues. If Trinia shows how the hate can kill you on the inside, Udar's wrestling with God reflects my own relationship with him. The questioning of why me, is reflected in him, and I believe it echoes in the lives of others too. Because I believe so many have gone through similar things and have never spoken about it, I wanted to continue with these themes. I wanted to give voice to how victims of abuse may feel, because that is how I felt and still feel at times. They deserve to be heard. If that means I bare my soul before the world, I will do so. They are worth it. While my dearest hope is that many will read this book and fall in love with the characters and the world, this book is for those who, like me, went through darkness. Some made it. Others are trapped in it. Many succumbed to it. Entering into the world of being an adult is something no one can ever truly prepare for, because it affects us all differently based on our experiences. And for those who have trauma, remembered or not, it colors our view of life. It took until 2015 for me to join an addiction recovery group and begin to see the patterns of brokenness in my life and why I was using porn to cope with my pain. The year 2016 brought with it the first of the trauma memories related to my grandfather and so much hatred. In 2018, more memories resurfaced, putting a new start date to the sexual abuse at age 4. Not to mention my wife getting sick, injuring my shoulder at work, and having to move in with my in-laws, which was about the only blessing I could see at the time. In 2019, we moved to Baker City, Oregon, and with it came the feeling of peace I'd not known since I was a teen, going to our vacation spot at Wallowa Lake, Oregon. I had a feeling of finally being home. But amid all the good things happening with me, starting my business, my wife's health improving, and building friendships, I was still ungrateful. It was because I resented God. I didn't trust him to take care of me and my family. I was bitter and angry with him because of what he allowed to happen to me. I asked him over and over again, why? You know those moments when you stop in your tracks because a thought strikes you? That's kind of how it happened with me. In the blink of an eye, God showed me all the beautiful things that have come out of my pain because I was willing to let him heal my soul. The people I met, the lives I've touched, the friendships forged. None of it would have happened without that pain. He didn't cause it to happen. He could have stopped it from happening. Now, looking back, I'm really glad he didn't, because he took what was meant for evil and used it to help other people through me. And that is a gift I never would have thought could happen. This is only my experience. And I don't know what things you have gone through before getting to this point in your life where you're holding this book in your hands. But no matter where you are right now, we know that life has a way of throwing things at us we didn't expect that can shake us to the core. Whether abuse, the loss of a loved one, a disease with no treatment, or an act of violence. I don't know where you are as you start this journey with me. Just know that there is healing for you. There's more to learn, to love, and to be grateful for. We are on the same path, you and I, and we shall walk it together. Wherever you are, thank you. Thank you for reading this. It is a piece of my heart and soul, a canvas of the pains and triumphs I've lived, and a call to those hurting as well, hurting as well as the healed. As you join Trinia and Udar on their journey, my prayer is that you will see how much God loves you, no matter the past you may have lived. No height, no depth, nor length or width can keep his deep, abiding love for you away. If you, my dear reader, are the only person to ever read this book, and it touches your life in some way, I shall count all the hours poured into this manuscript worth it. You are worth it. May God rain down his love on you. Staci Howard. All right, I'm going to get to take a moment here. Deep breathing. If it makes you feel better, Ariel, I almost did too. The ugly crying was very close to happening right there. All right, I'm gonna pull this back up and get to where the actual book starts. I mean that is sidebar. Is that the one I want? There it is. Almost there. So close. Super leggy. Oh, there it goes. Just jumped. Okay. Start crying when I heard you reading the author's note, and now I will picture you reading this when I get read my copy. I appreciate that so much. I'm gonna hide my face before I start crying. Okay. Let me get rid of not that one. Don't hit that button. Okay. It still didn't do it. Oh well. We're working with it. There it goes. Okay. Let's see if I can make this a little bit easier. Wait. Mastering technology right before your guys' eyes. Okay. Chapter 1. There would only be one chance. If she failed tonight and got caught, the past beatings her father had given her would be light compared to what he'd do to her. Trinia shivered as she stuffed the rest of her belongings into her pack and tied the straps. It'll work, she told herself, taking a calming breath. It'll work. Shouldering her pack, she threw her midnight blue cloak over her shoulders, pinning it in place with a silver brooch in the shape of a wolf, the symbol of Verity, goddess of protection. Next, she moved to the mirror and quickly braided her silver strands to keep them out of the way. She leaned on the small table, gripping the sides until her knuckles turned white. This is madness. Sheer madness. Looking at her reflection, she wondered if the girl looking back at her had what it took to stop a man as powerful as her father. She sighed. I've got to try. Prophecy be damned. Grabbing her daggers, she slid them into the sheaths on her belt and pulled up her hood. Opening the door, she peered into the dark hallway lit by sparse torchlight. Not a soul in sight. Creeping out of her room, Trinia moved swiftly down the hall toward her first stop before she headed out into the deepening night. She took a left, staying against the wall as best she could, all senses alert. Coming to an opening in the wall, she checked around the corner to see the shrine empty. Rushing over to the altar, she kneeled before it. I'm sorry, Verity. I have no offering, she whispered. Please forgive this insult and protect me as I go out. Trinia moved back to the hall and continued through the endless maze of passageways until she reached the grand stair, the only way in or out of the palace proper. She looked up, seeing the endless night sky with the countless stars above her and relishing in its beauty. Then she took the steps 2 at a time. When she reached the bottom, she turned and looked at the mouth of the palace, carved into the side of the mountain, sitting open like a maw. Maybe one day it would be restored to its former glory and receive dignitaries like it had during the old empire, just not at the cost of her people's lives. She shook her head, making her way down toward the southern gate, the only real obstacle standing between her and her goal of reaching Canamore, to speak with their king about fighting her father. Surely they would want to save their people from certain destruction. Voices ahead drew her out of her thoughts, and she dove behind an ox cart, wrapping her cloak around her and holding her breath. When two guards appeared, talking casually as they patrolled the upper quarter. When they were far enough away, she crept from her hiding place and picked up her pace. She moved through the upper quarter. She wondered what Rhiannon, or the City of Snow and Stars as it was once called, would have looked like in all of its glory. Precious few paintings or tapestries were left after the 1,000 years since the fall of the old empire, and they were severely damaged, not unlike the real thing. After some unnamed god had sent a devastating winter upon the whole of the empire, followed by flooding and other disasters, it had collapsed in the span of 200 years. While she wanted to see her home restored, she wouldn't do it at the cost of her people, unlike her father. Trinia grimaced at the thought of him. Focus on the task at hand. We'll take care of him later. The mid-quarter came and went with only the decline in housing to show that she was nearing the lower quarter. Homes were cobbled together and the roofs were a combination of stout moss and thatching, while others were a patchwork of stones chiseled and shaped from the ruins. Typically, the area would bustle with the market and the traders from the other Ergid clans, though with the approach of winter, trade was slowing down. Moving to the edge of the market square, Trinia waited in the shadows and took everything in. Padrig's hammer was ringing through the night as he worked in the back of his smithy. Ropar's honey stall outside her shop sat empty and dark. Nyren standing watch by the gate. She did a double take. Hells, it is Nyren. The last thing she needed was him asking her questions. He could always tell when she was lying. Though, That was why he was one of her closest friends. How in the name of Madall am I going to get past him? Are there more guards in the barracks? She strained her ears, but couldn't hear anything over Nyron's soft singing. Maybe if she got his attention somehow, she could talk to him and convince him to help her. No, that would only put him at risk. Looking around, Trinia spotted a bucket a couple of feet away. That will have to do. Picking it up, she crouched down and gave a low whistle, one he would recognize as hers. Nyron looked up and glanced around a moment before returning the call. Letting out another whistle, Trinia readied herself as his gaze turned to her hiding spot, and he started walking toward her, as if he were out on a stroll. He sat down on the edge of a barrel, backing back to her, picking at his nails. "What on earth are you doing here?" he whispered. Trinia brought the bucket down hard on his head. "I'm so sorry," she replied, dragging him back behind the barrels. Once she'd set him in place, she unsheathed the sword and put it in his hand. Hopefully, it would look like he was attacked. She kneeled and gave him a kiss. "You wouldn't understand, but I hope you don't hold this against me," she murmured. She crossed the square and pressed her back against the wall, listening a moment for any sign of alarm. All was silent. Taking a few breaths to calm her nerves, Trinia launched herself from the wall and tore through the gates past the lit braziers. Braziers? Note to self, don't use those. Toward the outer stables, where they kept livestock and horses housed for the night. Upon reaching it, she glanced over her shoulder to see if anyone had noticed her. She saw no one. She breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully, she opened the door and made her way down the rows of stalls, using the light of the braziers outside the gate until she found a horse staring at her from behind its gate. It was a beautiful russet brown and had a keen look in its eyes. Trinia held out her hand, letting the animal get familiar with her scent before stepping closer. She smiled, petting the side of its face. "Will you be the one to help me? A horn sounded in a long, mournful wail that made her heart skip a beat. Not wasting a second, she flipped open the latch to the gate, grabbed the horse's mane, and launched herself onto its back, giving it a swift kick to the ribs. She held on as the horse reared and took off toward the open door. Another horn blasted, closer now. "Show me your speed," she yelled to the horse. Bursting through the door, she caught sight of the men pouring from the gate a dozen yards away, all pointing and shouting at her to stop while launching a volley of arrows. All missed but one, sinking into her pack under her cloak. Trinia glanced back, seeing the fletching. Hells, that was close. The horse stumbled a moment over the rough terrain, almost throwing her off. She squeezed with her knees to steady herself and grabbed the mane a little tighter. "Watch where you're going." Trinia counted off the distance between her and the forest of necks. She would try to cut through it and circle back around to the old road, which would take her to her goal. If she didn't stray into the heart of the forest, she wouldn't have any issues with the creatures rumored to lurk there. Behind her, she could hear a low rumbling in the distance, which she suspected were the guards she had seen at the gate. With only a few miles to the edge of the forest, she would easily make it with enough time to disappear into the dense brush and escape. She stole another glance at the star-studded sky as the moon peeked over the eastern mountains, and a small smile parted her lips. It had never failed to take her breath away. By the milky light, she could see the dark outline of the forest ahead. An arrow flew past her head, burying itself into the ground, while another flew over her and landed a dozen feet away. Casting a look over her shoulder, she could see 10 riders gaining on her. Figures, I picked the slowest horse, she thought, giving the animal another kick in the ribs. She closed the distance between her and the tree line, preparing to dodge between them when the horse came to a dead stop, throwing her over its head. She landed on her back, knocking the wind out of her, and she gasped for breath as she rolled over to let the air fill them again. Stupid horse, she growled, slowly getting to her feet. She tried to grab it, but it bolted, running parallel to the trees and leaving her on her own. The thundering grew louder, and Trini saw one rider ahead of the rest, sitting tall and lacking the long silver hair of their people. Her heart froze. Sweet Verity. He came for me himself. Bounding into the forest, she ran blindly through the underbrush. Her lungs burned and her legs ached as she raced away from the one thing she feared most, her father. Even the surrounding trees seemed to claw at her and slow her down, catching her clothes, scratching her skin, and tangling in her hair. Everything seemed to be against her. It was as if the forest wanted him to catch her, beat her, torment her. Panic rose and her palms itched as she ran, her heart racing and cold sweat dripping down her neck. One option was still left to her. One horrible option. As low branches whipped past her in the dark, Trinia flicked her left hand out, feeling the flow of energy as her flesh separated from her in the blink of an eye, sending a perfect duplicate running the opposite direction into the woods. Ducking behind a tree, Trinia doubled over as guilt and shame pierced through her. She ran her hands over her hair while tears streamed down her face, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Gods above, I sent it to its death. The woods rang with shouts. One she could recognize as her father's. It was so much colder, so much crueler. They grew until a scream pierced the night, one that sounded so much like her own. Trinia bit her fist as the screams echoed around her, paralyzing her and taking her back to her most recent beating a fortnight ago. She screamed in her mind and covered her eyes, praying to each of the 10 gods of her people to end it. Then it did end. Silence stretched out, muting all other sounds around her. She held her breath, afraid the slightest movement would bring him down upon her. You die when I say you die, roared a voice. Her father. Trinia jumped up and rushed headlong into the forest on shaking legs as her father raged behind her. She had to get away. She had to find help. Only then would she be able to repay him for the wounds he'd given her, both seen and unseen. End chapter. All right, guys. That was the author's note and chapter 1 of The City of Snow and Stars. That first chapter didn't change too much over the between drafts. And like I had mentioned earlier, I had started the chapter slightly earlier than the original incident, which is where she was just running through the streets. So I gave a little bit more context to it, kind of built up to her running. But the duplicate was the same throughout all of it. Like I wanted to know, like, what would it be like if you could duplicate yourself perfectly in mind and body, so that way the duplicates think they are the original, what ethical and moral questions would that raise? Particularly with Trinia using it to save her own life. And I mean, obviously, like, she doesn't like it. It's a horrible option. She has no desire to do that. And you kind of see this pattern repeat. The palms itching is like one of the triggers for readers, or for the readers to know when she's like panicking. And so I wanted to give something that was very distinctive. Magic in this world has a cost, and it's different depending on what it is. And so that is kind of the premise of this first chapter, is that it opens up and you know what the stakes are immediately. Like, if she gets caught, it's bad news. Kadrin, as those who have already read the ebook will attest to, is the worst, just the worst. And it's why Trinia is trying to get away, because he's basically like, hey, you know what sounds like a really great idea? Let's use my daughter's duplication power, create a giant army, slaughter everyone who stands against me of our own people first, and then everybody else. And Trinia is like, yeah, no, I really don't want to do that, actually. Let's not even say we did, and do something else. And so the people that she's running to are the sworn enemies of her people. So it shows you the level of desperation that she has at this point. Thank you so much. It was I love narrating. I love reading it. It's so much fun to do. And I'm so glad that you guys enjoyed it. Do you guys have any questions, whether on the author's note or on the first chapter? Because I would love to kind of, we still have another kind of like 20 minutes or so of the stream. Oh, excuse me. So I'm definitely open to talking a little bit more about the chapters. While I'm waiting for you guys for questions. One of the things, so like for Trinia, I made the name up. It just came to me. Literally. So when I started writing this, I had no plot, I had no arc, I had no characters. All I had, quite literally, was the name of the book. That's it. And the opening sentence that I had in the first draft was, she ran through the streets of the city as fast as her legs could carry her. That was the opening line. And I was like, well, who's she? Trinia. Yeah, Trinia. I like Trinia. Trinia sounds cool. It's a fantasy-ish name. I can pronounce it. Looking at you, fantasy authors who choose names that no one can pronounce. And so it literally, that's how it started. In the original draft, they actually had muskets, because I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do with it and how much I really wanted to play around with that, because I wanted magic to be in it. And so they had muskets, and she was wounded. And in this one, she's not so much, she doesn't have like a deathly wound, because, researching that led to a lot of other rabbit holes, and I realized this is just not going to work. So yeah, there was that aspect of it. Jaden's character, who is probably one of my favorites, and you see Trinia through Jaden's perspective throughout most of the book. It's not a spoiler in any way. Their interactions are probably some of my favorite interactions, just kind of throughout the course of the book. But Jaden actually was a very, very different character in really in every draft. I changed his considerably. He was also just kind of the worst in draft 2, and I actually had a lot of beta readers complain about it. They're like, his motivation, well, one, his motivation sucked. Admittedly, like, it sucked. And so to have him, like, he was going to straight up like sell Trinia as a slave in draft 2, and it just did not, it didn't fly with the betas. It wasn't a good excuse. And they were like, he's more of like a Han Solo, and I was like, I could run with that, actually. And so he changed rapidly. Like, the fact that he's the crown prince of one of the kingdoms in draft 2 didn't come till like almost halfway through the book, and in this one, it's the opening line. It's like, you know, being the crown prince of Ungar was tough. Like, you know right off the bat kind of who he is, where he's at, kind of what he's running from to an extent. So he's a much more interesting character this time around. Ooh, good question. What are the different types of magic in your book, and what are the costs of using it? Okay, so the Air Gid, which is Trinia's people, they used to be far more powerful in magical ability, and that has dissipated over time. But they are really good at casting illusions. They are really good with metalworking and stuff like that. And then there are the mages. And so to give some world building context here, every person in this world is given a gift from Elohai, God. And each person can use that for good or for evil, because it is their choice. There are reflections of Genesis in it. You know, it's a fallen world. It was created perfectly. And so the gift that Elohai bestowed upon everyone is now tainted. And so people can use it for one way or another. So the mages, who founded the academy after one of the wars, with the final kind of ending of the war with the Air Gid, they kind of took that and they were like, well, we'll just kind of manipulate each person's gifting for whatever they kind of want to do. So Trinia's gift, and everyone else's gift for that matter, awakens or becomes apparent when the person turns 16. So Trinia is 16 at the very beginning of this book, which you find out later. And so when it awakens, no one knows what it is up until that point. And in many ways, it's been suppressed. People are not encouraged to use their gifting, particularly if they're poor. The giftings are kind of reserved for those in power, and most of them are honestly too lazy to use it. And those with particularly potent gifts are usually sent off to the Academy of Mages. And so when someone uses their power, which is more magical and mystical, because of the tainting and how people have viewed it through the 8,000 years of world history of this world, they just see it as magic. They're like, it's just a magic thing. And so they can go to the Mage Academy, but it drains energy. So their stamina, their ability to create magic can be strengthened, but it does have its limits. You can use as much power as you want, but it could kill you if you did. So you have to weigh out the balance of whether that's a good idea or not, whether it's worth the risk to your life. In some cases, it will be. For some, it won't. And so Trinia's race has a higher endurance level for magic and magical use. The mages, they can train in it and become more accustomed to it, but they really have limitations. Now, for those who follow Elohai and are in relationship with him, not religion, relationship, then they can imbue their magic into things that no one else can do, not making it lasting, at least. And so, like, if you say like a blacksmith, right? So blacksmith Bob and blacksmith Dan, Dan doesn't believe in God, Bob believes in God. Dan can infuse a temporary gifting upon that weapon, whereas because the power of Elohai is the one that actually sustains that gift, Bob's gift will last forever. That's kind of the thing with it. So they kind of, because their source of power comes from God, they have an unlimited supply. Now, that being said, while the supply is unlimited, if you still overuse it, you can still die. You're not exempt from that. If you nuke an entire country with your magical abilities, you're going to incinerate yourself as well. Most people don't, because they like to live, go figure. So that's kind of some of the more magical elements. Now, a part of the world is on the kind of more neutral side, if you want to call it that, is the Eomliad, and they are the shapeshifters. So while their abilities are magic, their gift from Elohai is the ability to change into any animal that they want. Period. Plain and simple. There is no limitation to what they can change into. So if you want to, change into a giant lumbering hellwreck, or the she-ghost, known as a Telghost, or the giant centipede creature called the Skaza, you can do that. It's your prerogative. You can do that as much as you want. They have no magical ability outside of the ability to shapeshift. So most of them, their power lies in their ability to shapeshift into different animals. But they can't like cast fireballs or, control the winds or anything like that. And then there is the evil side, which is the Bavansi. Sounds French, actually Scottish. Scottish, Gaelic, Irish in origin. So the Bavansi are actually the Irish Scottish vampires, and I call them banshees in the book. But they are evil creatures that seek to sexually seduce men. They are kind of the representation of pornography and what that's looked like. It promises a lot and gives nothing except death. And so that's kind of their power. They can travel very quickly over short distances. They have some very limited shape-shifting ability, but it doesn't really come into play. They don't really need to. They are exquisitely beautiful and also utterly terrifying. They kind of put on this facade of beauty, and then underneath the facade, which is what you see right before they drain you of your blood and kill you, is something just utterly horrifying. I'll save you the details for the book because I do describe it in the book. And they are monstrous, and freaky. So that's kind of what the world in terms of the magic system looks like. The evil doesn't really have any sort of limitations. That's not entirely true. Limitations can be imposed on them. And they still have to work within the boundary of, if you use too much power, it will kill you. Ulcia, who is the queen of the Bavansi, she is a great deal more powerful than her daughters. And so she has a much larger capacity for use of power. But again, she doesn't really need to, because she basically just seduces people and kills them. So she doesn't have to use her power all that much. And let's see. If you could shapeshift, what would you become? If I'm looking at the creatures within my world, I don't really talk too much about any good creatures. Most of them are just bad. That is a tough one. Well, I would say that if I could shapeshift into anything within the world, it would probably be a trifel. And the trifel is kind of like it's like a 3-headed scaly lizard creature that is the size of the horse and has like razor sharp claws. And I mean, is utterly terrible. Not good. Very, very bad temperament creature. But I would probably choose that one. To me, that's kind of one of my favorite ones that I've added into the world. So yeah, that's probably what I would do. Ooh, I like this one. Do Trinia's duplicates have a full range of feelings like we do? They absolutely do. 100%. So everything that the duplicate that Trinia sent out, she feels everything like we would. And moreover, she also feels no, not feels. What was the word I was looking for there? Gone. Just like that. Poof. That's what happens when you've been streaming for 5 hours. But yes, she does feel the entire range of emotions, every emotion that we could feel. So when Kadrin is essentially beating the bejesus out of her, she feels every little bit of it. So yeah, it's not good, which is one of the reasons why Trini is so hesitant. That's why she sees it as a horrible option, because she knows that it's going to experience all the pain that she would be dealing with. Do they have awareness that they are duplicate and any memories? So the first one is a no. They do not know that they are duplicates. If Trini were to cast a duplicate and then immediately walk away, that duplicate would just think that it is the original Trinia. Now, as far as the memories go, this is a very interesting and a part of it is that they have a lot of Trinia's memories, not all of them. So kind of like how my memories were repressed for a period of time, all of my growing up, they don't have the memory of being created. And so as far as they know, so like when Trini is running through the forest, and she creates that duplicate believes that it's the original, and she's running from her father. She has no memory of the other Trini just moments ago that we just read. Is like poof, there. She doesn't see that Trini. She doesn't know that Trini. She has the memories kind of leading up to that moment, and then nothing. So that's kind of what that looks like in large part, which leads to a lot of interesting questions later on in the book that I won't spoil for you guys. But yeah, there's some really fun things that I have planned with Trinia's gift and her ability to be able to create duplicates. And, you know, it's, yeah, I won't, if I say any more, I'm going to start giving stuff away, and I don't want to do that. Especially for those who haven't read the book yet. But the stuff that I have planned is going to be a lot of fun for me to write. It'll probably be horrible and angsty and feely and all the range of emotions for you all to read. But I can promise you that it is going to be fun. One thing that throughout this book and throughout kind of my planning for this trilogy are the plot twists. I'm known for my plot twists, particularly through my readers on Wattpad. If anyone on here has read any of my fan fiction, you'll know that I can pull off some pretty fantastic plot twists that you will not see coming. Even if you do see it coming, you're still going to enjoy it in the way that I do it. Because it's happened. So I'm super excited to share it with you guys. Guys, we have officially gone 5 hours, 1.5 minutes on this live stream. At least I have. I don't know how many of you have been able to be here for the whole thing, because I know some of you were working and still are working at this point. But thank you all for joining me today. This live stream was an absolute blast to do. To have 10 fellow authors and entrepreneurs join me in celebrating this this book launch, in celebrating what God is doing with this book. You know, I'm excited. I just excited to share with you guys the author's note and you know, the first chapter and the other little bits and pieces that I've gotten to share with you. Like, it is really my honor and privilege to be able to do that. I have loved writing since I was 16. And it was my singular passion. Anytime someone asked me, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, author. Period. Full stop. I didn't want anything else. And 14 years of writing, testing my skills, improving my skills, learning how to be a better storyteller, learning how to improve my writing process, teaching others and learning through teaching others how I can better improve and put down and make tangible what my writing process was, has been absolutely invaluable. The stuff that I've been able to do, even just in the last 2 years, has been, it's been an incredible experience. And now, I didn't mention it earlier, but for those who may have followed, I had been out of a job for the last couple of months since I took a step back as a developmental editor with NDP. Because I honestly, I just had so much going on with the book stuff. I just couldn't keep up. It was just so much. But I was I was really struggling with my faith, honestly, the last couple of months. God made it very clear that I was not to go searching for a job. And that was incredibly difficult because as a man, I want to be able to provide for my family. And watching the bank account dwindle was one of the least fun experiences I can say I've had in recent time. And it really challenged my faith in God's goodness. It really, really did. And through it, God told me that through a lot of prayer, so much prayer, that he was going to provide a job and that it was my job to pray, to be patient, and to listen. That's it. That is really hard. Very, very hard. Yesterday was a really good day because I got to baptize my son, which was an immense honor for me to be able to do. And just before we went to go baptize him, I had a call with Brian, who you guys met earlier in the stream, head of NDP. And I was officially accepted as an author coach for NDP. And so now I've gone from editing to working with people and helping them bring their dreams to fruition through calls, guiding, and taking all the experiences that I've learned and being able to give back and apply those things. And I'm going to be specializing in website design, analytics, and SEO. Not something that I ever expected actually would turn out to be something useful. But God knows, and God has bigger plans. It's going to provide the hours that I need, and it'll still allow me the freedom to be able to write book 2, which I've already started on. I've already written the prologue and chapter 3/4 of chapter 1. And it's going to provide me with the financial means to be able to support my family and continue doing what I love to do, which is giving back to the author community. So I am very, very thankful for this season of life, of God answering prayer, God bringing this book to fruition, providing for my family, providing the job that really is kind of the epitome of what I've wanted to do. And now I get to go and do it. So I'm very, very happy and very, very excited about that. Ariel, to your question, hit me up on Facebook and we can talk about it. So guys, I thank you so much for joining me today, for listening, for being with me on this journey. Even if you've only caught the tail end of it, you're still with me on this journey as I move forward with this book and the subsequent books in the series, The Cities of Wintonaith. So I am beyond blessed to have been here today with you guys. And I thank you so much. Again, all of the links will be down in the show notes for all of the authors. I ask that you go check out their books. Many of the NDP authors who were on here today, their books are 99 cents. And so now's a great time to grab an ebook if that's your primary mode. If not, give them some love and support and buy their book. And I mean, my name's down there too. If you want to, buy my book too, like maybe a little bit, just a little bit, but thank you guys so much. God bless and have a very, very Merry Christmas.